Good morning, Mr. Castleton.
My pleasure. I call Mr. Jeff Conway.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thanks, Mr. Conway.
Mr. Conway, would you please state your full name, your occupation and your present work address, please?
Jeffrey Bruce Conway. I'm currently running a private business in consulting, and my work address is 95 Earls Road, Yarragon South in Victoria.
Have you prepared two expert reports on instructions from those assisting Her Honour, the first dated the 13th of December 2022?
I have.
And a second dated more recently the 10th of May 2023? And do each of those reports relate, in effect, to the Gross Valley Mount Wilson backburn?
I do.
Do you have copies of those with you this morning?
I do.
Firstly, can I ask you, are there any matters that require correction in relation to the first report?
There is. I'd like to take you to paragraph 174 of my initial report.
Your Honour, that's found at page 3750 of the brief. It's volume 12 behind tab 82.
In that section, we're discussing warnings and advice to the community, and I indicated there that the first emergency alert campaign in relation to that fire was at 16:45. That's not correct, and it's miswritten. It was 16:16.
Thank you.
Could you correct that, please?
I'll return to whether that has any material effect on the opinions you've expressed later. Apart from that matter, is there anything else that requires correction in your first report, Mr. Conway?
Not in the first report. We do address some of the issues in the first report in my supplementary report.
And are there any corrections that need to be made in relation to the second report?
No, there's the second report, happy as it stands.
Right. Do you otherwise adhere to the opinions you've expressed in relation to each of the two reports you've prepared? Now, can I just ask you briefly just to set out what your training, qualifications and experience is in relation to bushfire management and response?
I've been part of fire and emergency management for over 43 years, starting as a volunteer firefighter in Victoria CFA, and shortly after that, in 1983, joining the career staff of CFA and served as a CFA officer through to 2012. The last period of my tenure in CFA was as Deputy Chief Officer, Emergency Management, and served in a number of positions throughout CFA as an operational officer and leader across the organisation. In 2012, I left CFA and established a consulting organisation, and I've worked closely, particularly with the Australasian Fire and Emergency Services Authorities Council, in developing operational doctrine, particularly around operational readiness and incident management, and I've also done a number of engagements with organisations looking at performance monitoring, review and organisational improvement as a consequence of lessons learned. More recently, I was appointed Director of Forest and Fire Operations for Victoria's Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, and served as the Director for the Gippsland region for 14 months. I was also appointed Deputy Chief Fire Officer for Forest Fire Management Victoria during that period. So both in my CFA work and my work with Forest Fire Management, the main role was preparedness for and response to emergencies, in particular fire and bushfire, as a key focus. I was for a long period an endorsed Level 3 incident controller and still have an endorsement for Level 2. I'm an endorsed Level 3 planning officer, Level 3 operations officer and Level 3 public information officer.
Thank you. Within that broad experience that you just outlined, could you briefly explain the experience you've had in the planning and execution of strategic backburns?
In a number of the incident management teams that I've been part of, particularly as a planning officer, we've identified the work in developing and identifying strategies for fire, which included both backburning and burning out. And on a number of the fires prior to my period of becoming a Deputy Chief Officer, we were involved also in implementing those, mostly in Gippsland, but also in North East Victoria. On promotion to the position of Deputy Chief Officer, I was less involved in the planning and implementation and more in the monitoring and oversight of the work being done by the incident management teams who undertake that work. So a period in planning and implementation, but also a significant period in monitoring and overseeing the work, and then responding in performance review and lessons learned activities following those events.
And in terms of on-the-ground experience, have you ever fulfilled the role of a divisional commander in the context of executing a planned backburn?
Never actually been a DivCom when we were implementing a backburn. Unfortunately, I've always been actually chasing the fire and involved in direct attack activities in my roles as division commander.
Thank you. Can I come to your first report, please, Mr. Conway? And relevantly, the first question that you were asked by those assisting Her Honour, you were asked, was the backburning strategy planned for the Bell Division on the 14th of December 2019 appropriate under the circumstances? And from a review of the material that you provided, you concluded that the use of an indirect attack strategy and the planning for the backburn on the 14th of December was appropriate in the circumstances. Can I get from you now a brief overview of why you reached that conclusion?
Yes, there are 3 or 4 key things to consider in choosing that particular strategy. The behaviour of the fire that the incident management team had been dealing with,
the Mount Gospers fire,
demonstrated very clearly that direct attack and parallel attack close to the fire was ineffective, and they had a number of occasions when they'd taken those sort of strategic approaches and been unsuccessful. What we saw with that fire behaviour, and then the topography that existed particularly to the south and the east of the Gospers Mountain fire, left the incident management team with very, very few options for direct attack, or virtually no options for direct attack. Indirect attack became the only viable offensive strategy that they had available to them. So identifying appropriate control lines that they could use to undertake that strategy was really all that was left to them. The other thing that was particularly clear in the brief of evidence and the research that I've done is that the history of fire behaviour in that part of New South Wales, in even severe weather conditions, led to quite extreme fire behaviour, which puts both firefighters and residents who may be in the path of those fires at significant risk. Once again, if you're going to take a defensive strategy, which often is all available to you, you're leaving yourself quite vulnerable. The options available to the IMT were limited, and in the circumstance they found themselves in, that southern containment strategy that they'd identified, in my mind, was probably the only viable one that they had available to them to contain the fire coming to the south.
You're aware, are you not, that as part of the southern containment strategy, there was a trigger point which was termed the 99 Northing, which was the 99th parallel, correct?
I'm aware of that, yes.
If you assume, please, that by at least the 11th of December 2019, that trigger point had been reached, in terms of the execution of the backburn on the 14th of December, was that warranted, in your opinion?
It's one of a number of things that an incident management team would consider. The 99 parallel was an appropriate trigger point, and the fire that breached it in the Nunes Plateau was certainly something that was obviously in the minds of the IMT. I think it's important for the court to understand that those sorts of planning triggers are certainly there to guide the planning that the incident management team is undertaking, but it's one of many considerations that you would hope the incident controller and the IMT were looking at. So yes, it's a good prompt for action, but there are a number of other things that I was aware of from the brief of evidence which would have influenced this decision about undertaking that back burn at the time. The weather forecast in particular, the extension of fire on the southwestern corner of the Gospers Mountain fire would have been of significant concern, and also the previous experience of fire runs in that part of New South Wales would have been a prompt. So the 99 parallel is a good trigger, but it's one of a number of things that you would want the IMT to be thinking about in making their decision.
Thank you. The next question that you were asked to address was, should the IMT have departed from the planned subject burning strategy as at 13 December 2019? And in response to that particular question, Mr Conway, you expressed the view that the decision to proceed with the back burning as planned on the 14th of December was a high-risk strategy, but the only viable offensive strategy available to the IMT to protect the townships of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. Why was it, firstly, that you came to the view that it was the only viable offensive strategy, notwithstanding, in your opinion, it was a high-risk strategy?
It goes to the answer I provided in relation to the first question, and there's clear links between the two. We look at particularly the weather forecasts, and in particular the longer range forecast for that period from the 19th of December onwards. And
just pausing there, if I may, Mr Conway, was that forecast particularly bad so far as fire behaviour may be concerned?
There's certainly, in the Bureau of Meteorology, we're indicating extreme fire weather for that period. When you look at the fire extension that we talked a moment ago in the southwest corner.
Southwest of the Gospers Mountain.
Correct.
Fire.
Generates significant vulnerability for all those areas immediately east of that fire extension based on the forecast. And my recollection, and I'll just refer back, there were some fire behaviour analysts' fire spread projections in relation to those. And I make some observations at paragraph 25 and
yes,
other places in relation to that. Those circumstances that the IMT were becoming aware of in relation to the potential for fire spread later in the month should have certainly flagged with them the potential for significant fire behaviour and some significant challenges in being able to protect those communities along the Bells Line of Road and through Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. And there's a number of observations in the brief of evidence about the State Mine fire, which had occurred in that area before, and its impact. I understand from the brief of evidence that a number of the people managing the Gospers Mountain fire had been involved in that experience, so it would have been very clear in their mind about what the potential was. And when you look at the country that they were working in, the opportunities for direct attack or parallel attack close to the fire were minimal. We know that resources available to the incident management team were under pressure because of fire elsewhere in the state. It's certainly my conclusion, based on all those factors, that they had no other viable options available to them.
Would it be correct to say that the only other option that could have been implemented was a defensive strategy, which was life and property protection in and around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine, should the southern edge of the Gospers Mountain fire progress to that area?
That's correct. And defensive strategy is always available to fireground managers and IMTs, and it's often what we call as our emergency strategy. When all else fails, that's what we'll do. Relying solely on a defensive strategy in the circumstances that the IMT were facing was very, very problematic.
Why is that, in your opinion?
The sort of fire intensity that you get from significant fire runs that have been running for a number of kilometres is incredibly challenging for firefighters and very, very high risk. And we've seen tragic consequences for firefighters and residents in circumstances where defensive strategies were the only things available to them in those high intensity fire runs. Given that the IMT had an opportunity to try and mitigate the potential of those fire runs, it's understandable why they chose an indirect offensive strategy. solely relying on defensive strategies to protect life and property is incredibly problematic. You don't have any sense of the potential outcomes. You get significant changes in fire intensity and behaviour, and just through minor variations in wind direction, minor variations in slope and aspect, minor variations in fuel loads. The challenge for firefighters in that circumstances are extreme, and the potential for successfully protecting life and property in those circumstances is minimal.
Just coming back to one area which is slightly off topic, but in circumstances where the forecast that's predicted was extreme fire weather, you've got a large forest fire moving in a number of directions, but moving in a southerly direction towards the township of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine. In your experience, in terms of spotting, and in particular long-range spotting, what's the potential in terms of the distance for spotting ahead of the fire front in those types of scenarios?
There's actually a lot of very good research being done in Australia in relation to potential for spotting, and a lot of the modelling nowadays gives you really good indications of potential. So, 3 to 5 kilometres is not uncommon. 8 to 10 kilometres in extreme and severe circumstances. The longest distance spotting that I've personally been involved in occurred on Black Saturday in relation to a fire that occurred in Gippsland around the town of Churchill, where we recorded spotting of 32 kilometres from where the fire edge was and where the spot fire started.
And in those extreme conditions where a large fire is taking a run and there's spotting, can that result in an ember attack or an ember shower?
The two are intrinsically linked. The spotting comes from embers. Ember showers are usually a lot closer to the fire front than long distance spotting, but of course the spot fires that are then generated can also start generating their own ember shower as well. So ember showers usually a lot closer to the fire front, but this long distance spotting can end up with a circumstance where you've got a very deep fire front. And again, we're a little bit off topic, but there is some extraordinary satellite imagery from Black Saturday fires again in Victoria, where the Kilmore East fire ran from Kilmore East down into Kinglake and there, and that's well documented in the Royal Commission findings. But there's a satellite image there where we have a depth of fire front of several kilometres. Now, most firefighters would experience maybe 50 to 100 metres of active fire front, and in really heavy forest fuels you might even get up to 200 or 300 metres, but we had circumstances in those most extreme of conditions where you had a number of kilometres of forest burning all at the same time from fire front to where the fire was still burning. Now, I'm not suggesting for a moment that would have been the circumstance that you found on the 19th through the 20th and 21st at the Gospers Mountain fire, but it does give you an indication of what firefighters understand the potential fire behaviour can be in these circumstances, and it's, as I said, quite problematic to deal with anything other than survival in those circumstances.
Yeah. The third question that you were asked as part of your brief was it reasonable for the IC, that is the incident controller, and the incident management team to expect that the Gospers Mountain fire would continue spreading south and into the Grose Valley if the planned subject backburning strategy was not implemented? And you've covered some of this already in your oral evidence this morning. You concluded, Mr Conway, that it was reasonable for the IMT to expect further fire extension to the south and east. And as you said in your concluding remarks at paragraph 43, applying a worst case scenario planning approach in the circumstances was appropriate. Why do you say that?
Again, we go back to a number of things that we've talked about. All the evidence available to the incident management team at that time was that the fire would continue to progress. As long as the fuel moisture contents of the fuel that they were dealing with in this fire area remained as dry as they were, and the soil moisture remained as dry as it was, the potential for them to successfully contain the spread of the fire was quite limited. And time and again, in their efforts to contain the fire, the lines that they'd established had been overrun. Generally in more extreme weather, but sometimes because of lightning and other issues. So there was nothing that I could see in the brief of evidence that would have given the IMT any realistic hope of fire behaviour moderating in the foreseeable future until they'd had widespread rain. So the potential for the fire to continue to spread was very real, and even the medium range weather forecasts that they had available to them were showing potential for extreme fire weather into their immediate planning horizon. So in those circumstances, I think the IMT is obligated to look at a worst case scenario. What's the worst that could happen? We must plan for that. In the event that it's not as bad as it turns out, not too much is lost. But if you don't assume that you're going to have continued fire extension and plan for that accordingly, both firefighters and communities are going to be left unnecessarily vulnerable.
And is it for those reasons that you concluded that it would have been negligent to adopt a strategic position that suggested containment of the Gospers Mountain fire was possible without widespread rainfall in the fire area?
It's my strong view.
Picking up one aspect of your answer a moment ago where you spoke of soil moisture remaining dry, fuel loads remaining dry. In terms of that area around the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine area, in terms of fire behaviour, does the topography or the terrain have any involvement in how fire might behave?
Very, very much so. One of the key determinants of fire behaviour in any circumstance is the topography, both slope and aspect. And I'll qualify my comments about aspect in just a moment. Firefighters are very acutely aware that fire spread upslope is much faster than on the flat, and work done by researchers over the past indicated quite clearly and been tested quite clearly that for every 10 degrees of upslope you increase fire spread by 100%. Basically, the fire rate of spread doubles. I know that the terrain around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine is quite steep. A lot of it is west facing and north facing, which means it gets a whole lot more sunshine on it and it's a lot drier. What we did identify in the 2019-2020 fires, right across the East Coast and the area where I work, particularly as a firefighter, is that aspect didn't seem to make much difference. Because of the prolonged period of dry, we were finding fire behaviour on south-facing slopes was not really much different to what we were seeing anywhere else, which is quite concerning for firefighters because there's no reprieve in the landscape in terms of how a fire is behaving. So topography is critical, normally degree of slope and normally aspect, but it's important to reflect that in that particular season, aspect wasn't really making much of a difference to fire behaviour and observed fire behaviour on the ground.
And in terms of vegetation type, if you assume that around the Mount Wilson Road area it's dry sclerophyll vegetation, what, if any, impact or influence may that have on fire behaviour, in your opinion?
Look, dry sclerophyll forests are quite dominant across the Eastern Australian landscape, and there's well-established experience of fire in those open forests and woodlands. Probably the observation I'd make is that in the extremely dry circumstances that we were facing, some of the other forest types were generating fire behaviour that was just as intense as what you would expect in those sclerophyll eucalypt forests. We had a number of circumstances right up and down the East Coast and even in some of the temperate rainforests in southeast Queensland where we were experiencing very intense fire behaviour in vegetation types that will normally not carry that sort of fire. So yes, the vegetation types around Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine would certainly add to the circumstances, but it's important to reflect that in that particular season, vegetation type was not as significant an issue as it would have been in I was going to say a normal year, Your Honour, but I'm not too sure what a normal year is anymore. The circumstances for firefighters have changed so substantially.
Is that coming back to the behaviour and the vegetation type? Is that because the fuel loads in different vegetation types were simply so low because of the prolonged drought that had been sustained in different parts of New South Wales and parts of Queensland and Victoria?
Fuel moisture content is a key driver, and what we're coming to understand now is soil moisture content is a key driver there, and there's been quite a bit of research being done since the 2019-2020 fires, particularly through Wollongong University and a number of other institutions around Australia, and many of them supported by the Cooperative Research Centre, that's flagging that soil moisture measures are a more effective indication of the potential for extreme fire behaviour because of their close relationship to fuel moisture content. That research is still relatively new. It came out about 18 months ago and is still being processed by fire services. But to go back to the point of your question, soil moistures right down the east coast of Australia for that particular summer were incredibly low, with corresponding low fuel moisture contents and drought stress on vegetation types right across the landscape. So we're in a situation where in the past we may have seen some of those vegetation types burning less intensely or not burning at all. That wasn't the case in 2019.
If I can take you into that part of your report, Mr Conway, which addresses question 4. You were asked, was the implementation of the subject backburning strategy in compliance with applicable standards and requirements? And then you've set out in detail a number of subcategories in relation to how backburn is implemented. And then you ultimately conclude that the planning for the backburn on the southern containment line of the Gospers Mountain fire on the 14th of December was generally aligned to agency guidance and good practice in prescribed burning, lighting pattern and resourcing. And you then say the timing of the burning during the day in a relatively narrow window of suitable weather and the decision to burn upslope was a conscious one and reflects the constraints of topography, fire behaviour and deteriorating weather forecasts that the IMT was grappling with. Now, just if I can just break that down. Firstly, in relation to the lighting pattern, I'll withdraw that. Firstly, in relation to the anchor point and the two sectors, Dalpura, which was along the Bells line of road, and the October sector, which was along the Mount Wilson's road. In your opinion, was that an appropriate anchor point, having regard to the constraints to which you've referred?
I understand why the incident management team members chose that as an anchor point. As I stressed in my initial report, anytime you're using an indirect fire attack strategy generates risk. They were certainly aware of that risk. Given the options available to them and the information that's been identified in the brief of evidence supporting the decision, I understand why they chose that particular anchor point to start their burns. A judgment about appropriateness or otherwise I don't think is particularly relevant here. They had two options: to start at Mount Wilson and come down, to start at that intersection and burn to the northeast. As I indicated, I understand from what I've read why they made that particular choice, and can certainly be thoughtful about the words I choose here, because I don't want to imply that it was their only option. There were other options. It's the one they chose, and based on the information they had available, I understand why they chose that.
If you assume, please, Mr Conway, that on the 12th of December 2019, 6 millimetres of rain had been recorded at Mount Tootie, which is sort of slightly to the north or east of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, and around Mount Wilson, 2 to 2.5 millimetres of rainfall was recorded on the 12th of December. Please make that assumption. Could you then make the assumption also that the captain of the Mount Wilson Brigade was of the view that there should have been an alternative starting point, which was in the vicinity of Defers Rocks Road, and that would then bring the fire down towards the Bells line of road. Having made those two assumptions, are you able to express an opinion as to whether that would have been a better anchor point or starting point to what we now know which was that corner of the two relevant roads?
With the information available at the moment, it's hard to make that judgment. One of the things that we would want to know is whether that rainfall identified had changed fuel moisture content. I wasn't able to find any reference in the brief of evidence to the IMT taking fuel moisture readings, which you can do on the fire ground quite simply to give them confidence. The stated reasons in the statements that I read indicated that the IMT were of the view that fuel moisture content at Mount Wilson on the 14th would have been too high to get an effective burn, and that would be a valid reason for not starting the burn there. The dilemma we have is that we haven't got fuel moisture content readings, and there wasn't a test burn undertaken at Mount Wilson on that particular morning, as there was at the intersection of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road. So it's very difficult to give a definitive answer to say, we should have started at Mount Wilson, it would have been fine, we would have got the sort of fire behaviour that we were looking for. We don't have the information that gives us confidence to make that claim.
Thank you. If you assume that on the 14th of December, around midday, thereabouts, at about the time that the first swing shift has arrived, which was the Hills District, that the October sector was split into the north and the south, and October sector north commenced or went to that area around Defers Rock near Mount Wilson to bring a backburn down towards the Bells Line of Road. At that time of day, was that an appropriate thing to do in your opinion?
Once again, in reading the statements of both the division commander and the sector commander at the time, I can understand why they made that choice. I think it reflects both of those officers' monitoring of the fire behaviour and the progress that they were making with the backburn, and both came to the conclusion that it was appropriate to start bringing the fire down from the top. Given the information both of those officers have provided in their statements, I can see the merit in the decision that they'd made and can understand, again, why they would have made that choice at that particular time. And Flagon, I suspect you'll take me to it anyway. At that stage, we hadn't started seeing significant change in weather conditions and fire behaviour, but quite clearly both of those officers saw the merit in doing that, and I can understand why they would have made that call.
I'll come to the weather more generally, but from what you've read and what you understand went into the thought processes of why it was the backburn should be implemented on the 14th of December, do you agree that there was a window of opportunity to commence the backburn on the 14th?
Based on the forecast that the IMT had available to them, that's correct. They did have a window. As I've indicated in my report, it was quite narrow and would certainly put pressure on the team who were undertaking the backburn, but given the forecast weather conditions, they did have a window of opportunity.
And are you able to say, and if you need to refresh your memory in relation to the weather data, please say so, but are you able to say when that window may have closed in relation to the backburn on the 14th?
My recollection, and I'm happy if we bring up the weather forecast that was attached to the incident action plan, if that's available, but my recollection was that the Bureau was forecasting a shift in wind direction towards late afternoon, around sort of 1600 hours onwards. And with that change in wind direction, you would anticipate a reduction in relative humidity with the wind coming more from the west rather than from the southeast. The wind would have been drier. So that, in my recollection, was when the weather conditions were going to start to change. And my understanding from reading of the statements is that the IMT and the fireground managers anticipated that a lot of the burn would have been in and just in sort of patrol and mop up by that stage.
Was that based on your interrogation of the weather data, was that a fair assumption for the planning team to make?
I think it was reasonable. That they knew it was a tight window, and they knew that they would certainly have to be very effective and efficient in the work that they did in undertaking that backburn, and certainly there was an understanding that they may not have time to finish it. And I think there's a reference, and I've noted in my report there that one of the officers involved with the planning certainly was aware we may not have time to do this. But if we go back to the observations we've shared already about what the options available to them were, even with that understanding that it was tight and we were going to have to be very effective with what we did to achieve that outcome, I think the IMT understood there was a lot of pressure on, and there were certainly some who were willing to acknowledge openly they may not have time to finish it.
Coming back to some of your observations you made a moment ago, Mr. Conway, in relation to the change of weather on the day, if you assume, give or take, that around about 13:30, 1:30 p.m, that there starts to be a change in the weather, where there's that wind shift coming more from the southwest. From your review of the evidence contained within the brief of evidence, do you agree that that's probably when that occurred, firstly?
That's certainly what the evidence indicates, and if you look at the readouts from the automatic weather stations in that area, that's generally the time. I note in my report that at around about 1300, the division commander indicates both in his statement and his logs and in some of the radio communications with the Incident Control Centre that they're starting to see changes in fire behaviour, and some of the images that have been provided to me in the brief evidence more recently, subsequent to preparing the report, does indicate a change in fire behaviour between that sort of 1 to 1:30 period. And I think it's around about 1:30 that the division commander starts to recognise quite openly, both in log and communications with others, that we're seeing some significant change in fire behaviour.
And in terms of the divisional commander's response to that change in weather and fire behaviour, in your opinion, was that response reasonable or not?
Certainly, what he had done was to monitor very carefully the people who were lighting, and my understanding is around about that time, work in the Dalpera sector was halted, and there was a very clear indication to the people managing October sector, October South, that as that fire behaviour started to change, he was very keen to keep the lighting of the backburn along Mount Wilson Road ahead of the fire front. And I think it was the group leader from the Hill Strike team who flagged in his statement that was becoming quite challenging as the afternoon wore on. So stopping the lighting on Bells Rhine Road was absolutely the right thing to do. Trying to keep ahead of the fire front was an appropriate decision at the time, given the fire behaviour that they were dealing with. And we saw as the afternoon wore on and the weather deteriorated further, that became problematic. But certainly at that time, it was the right thing to try and endeavour to do.
And in terms of resourcing, given the context, that is what was occurring in the area generally, but more broadly across the state, in terms of this particular backburn, do you have an opinion as to whether the resourcing levels were adequate or not?
I've indicated in my report, and I still have this view, that for the forecast weather conditions that they had and the plan that they had, they were well resourced for the burn. For the weather that they eventually had, they needed more. The positive thing was that there were sort of contingent resources available within RFS, and I think that's referenced in the incident action plan and in the burn plan for this particular area. Once you find yourself in that set of circumstances, you use resources up very, very quickly. And in terms of whether we had sufficient resource for the event that we eventually had, is hard to make a judgment. And I haven't studied the firefight that took place on Mount Wilson, and there's not much material in the brief of evidence to give us insights into that. But certainly the sense I got was that the division commander and Captain Rains did everything they could with the resources they had available to them and moved them into that defensive firefighting strategy as quickly as they could.
By about 2:40 p.m. on that day, there's a spot over from the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road. Do you agree with some of the observations contained in the brief of evidence that was particularly concerning if that was to occur, because there had been no fire history for the last 25 years in that Bowens Creek Basin?
Yes. That's something that's referenced by a large number of people who provided witness statements in the brief of evidence. All of the IMT and all of those people involved in the planning were acutely aware of the vulnerability of the Bowen Creek Basin because of its fuel loads and how long it had been since it had been burnt. And it was one of the things that I understood prompted them to endeavour to secure that line along Mount Wilson Road, so that any fire run coming from the east, which we've already discussed as being quite realistically possible, they would have some hope of mitigating fire runs and perhaps even hold a fire rather than have it go into the Bowen Creek Basin. So their concerns are well established and well understood, and it's very much part of their planning in their endeavours to keep the fire out of that area.
Well, once it was recognised that there'd been spotting into the eastern side of Mount Wilson Road, and that it had taken hold and was going to run, are you critical of the decision to fall back into a defensive strategy?
No, not at all. I think when you already understand that you've got very difficult access, and I think that's reflected in some of the witness statements in the brief of evidence for the firefighters who did try and gain access.
You mean access to that?
Access to the fire front.
For a direct attack?
Yeah, for a direct attack. Is incredibly dangerous for firefighters on foot in those sort of fuel loads and in that sort of topography. And I think the fireground managers absolutely made the right decision to fall back from that. They made an initial attempt, and I think every firefighter would endeavour to at least make an attempt, but I think they realised fairly quickly just how dangerous and how unlikely it was going to be that they would be successful in a direct attack on those spot fires. So once again, we find the incident management team and the fireground managers with only one option available to them, and that's a defensive strategy. And
to use aerial resources to try and suppress that fire on the eastern side of Mount Wilson's Road?
Almost. I just want to qualify something here, and firefighters will do this. Aerial resources are incredibly important and a critically valuable tool to firefighters. Aircraft do not suppress fire, and I apologise for being a little pedantic here, Mr. Castleton, but it's incredibly important for everybody to understand. They're a valuable tool, and they make a massive difference to the ability of firefighters to do their task. But aircraft have never suppressed a wildfire, and probably never will. They're a tool that you use in conjunction with work on the ground to secure a fire edge and prevent it from spreading. So, as I say, I apologise for my pedanticism. I think I just made up a word there in relation to that, but it's incredibly important that we understand the role that aircraft play in support of firefighting. Incredibly valuable tool, make a massive difference to the task, but an aircraft has never put a fire out.
If I'm putting words into your mouth, please say so, but there seems to be some faint criticism in relation to the leadership of the October South sector for perhaps an hour. There may have been some uncertainty around that. Let's assume that be the case. in your opinion, did that have any material bearing on what occurred?
No, I have flagged that in my report. It was quite clear that as that changeover was occurring and as the fire was developing, there was a bit of confusion. That's not an uncommon circumstance to find on the fire ground. I don't believe it made any substantive difference. I think the fire was already in a position where it was going to spot across anyway.
Can I take you to that paragraph that you corrected, 174, page 3750? This is dealing with warning systems. You've noted that it shouldn't have been 1645 but 1614. Does that in any way alter the opinion you expressed in relation to any delay for an emergency warning or an alert to go out?
No. We find ourselves in a circumstance where it's some 51 minutes between the time that the division commander indicated that he needed a messaging to the community, which was a watch and act, and when the emergency alert campaign began. And we also look at a period of time from when the fire first spotted across Mount Wilson Road, and the IMT became aware that they had that circumstance. And I think we're looking at around about an hour and 20 minutes between
about 14.
Give or take a bit. We have a fire spread prediction provided by an F-band at 1500 that indicates potential fire spread from those spots. That period of time between the IMT becoming aware that things had deteriorated on the fire ground and to when the major fire update occurred and when the emergency alert update occurred, in my mind, is a little long. And I haven't been able to interrogate or explore what the context of that was, but certainly as an incident controller and a public information officer, I would anticipate that you should be able to get those messages out a little earlier than that.
Did you yesterday hear the evidence of Ms. Rains?
I did hear some of Ms. Rains' evidence, yes.
Did you hear her evidence that within the Mount Wilson Brigade, of their own initiative, they have a community engagement program which enabled her, through their system, to email most residents within the Mount Wilson village of the potential for that run up the Bowens Creek Basin to affect the township?
I was aware that they did have that network available to them and they used it on the day.
If you assume that to be accurate, that is the email, the phone calls, the street coordinated door knocking. If you assume that that occurred around 3:16 in the afternoon, does that, in your opinion, reduce the risk of people not knowing what may be coming?
I think it does. Without question, it does mitigate. One of the things that we've found as an industry, and certainly research has demonstrated this, is that when a community becomes aware of a threat, be it fire or flood or some other emergency event, some people will respond to it. Most people will look for validation in another forum. So that the Mount Irvine Brigade has that available to them, I think is excellent, and that they used it is absolutely appropriate. What we do understand is that to some degree it will mitigate the delay in the incident management team getting their messages out. But one of the important things is people who hear that will often look for another source of validation. They may go to Fires Near Me, or they may look for various websites or other sources. And we still had a period of delay in getting that. They did have the emergency alert campaign, which is great. But I think one of the things emergency managers understand as an industry generally is when you're communicating with communities under threat, they're looking for multiple sources of information. So the work of the Mount Wilson Brigade is commendable. We need to make sure that the rest of those involved in responding provide that source of validation for the information that's being provided.
Thank you. I just want to deal briefly with your second report, Mr. Conway, which in part deals with the origin of the initial spot over. Having reviewed more recently some additional material that you weren't initially provided with, have you formed a view as to the likely location of the initial spot over?
I have. In his second supplementary statement, Mr Carter indicated he'd undertaken some fire behaviour modelling in relation to the progress of the back burns, and that wasn't available to us initially. So the conclusions and observations I made in paragraph 124 of my original report, I'm happy to abandon, and certainly I think the work that Mr Carter has done in modelling, that gives us more confidence that where that backburn along the original part of Mount Wilson Road had started, more than likely led to a point where the fire had spotted across Mount Wilson Road. You know, the exact location is very hard to judge, but probably from one of the uphill slope runs in that gully immediately between Mount Wilson Road and the ridge running parallel to Mount Wilson Road is the most likely area. And I think that modelling is a very useful tool.
And finally, in relation to your second report, do you have a view as to whether or not the Grace Valley fire may have merged with or joined in some part the Gospers Mountain fire?
Yes. The brief of evidence included a large number of fire progression maps that have been prepared by the Royal Fire Service, and in that period from around about the 15th of December through to the 23rd of December, I'd studied those fire progression maps provided. Certainly the indication is that the southern flank of the southern flank of the Gospers Mountain fire and the northern flank of the Grace Valley fire and the backburn did eventually come together for the most part of their boundary. I think there are still some areas of unburnt country between the two fires, but progressively the two areas, both the Grace Valley fire and the backburns that were undertaken, particularly further to the east, did eventually meet up with the southern flank of the Gospers Mountain fire.
Thank you. And for my part, the last question I wish to ask you is, given your expertise and your review of the material which is before Her Honour, what, if anything, could or should have been done differently by the IMT in relation to the backburn that was implemented on the 14th of December 2019?
I think at the time, the decisions they made are entirely understandable and entirely valid, and with the benefit of hindsight, we'd potentially make other arrangements. But I think, given the information that they had available to them and the understanding they had about the potential for fire spread and the weather they were going to experience in the foreseeable future, I don't see that they had many other choices available to them other than the one that they implemented. The one option that we do have, and I think Mr Carter touched on this in one of his statements, there's always an option to do nothing. I think in this circumstance that would have been negligent. I think the IMT certainly had to do what they could to provide some degree of mitigation for a fire run coming from west to east or from northwest to southeast in those circumstances that were forecast from the 19th onwards.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Conway. There may be some other questions.
Mr Sill.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Conway, is it fair to say, just having regard to the front page of your report, your first report, where you talk about your methodology, you've been provided with instructions from counsel assisting. They gave a narrative, you were given evidence or material in the brief of evidence, and that's what you've based your opinions on?
That's correct.
And I think you said that there was no opportunity to talk to the individuals concerned. Is that because there wasn't time, or it wasn't offered, or you didn't ask?
I understand that that's an appropriate process in these circumstances.
Okay, and did you do your own interrogation or research about any of the matters, or you just looked at what was provided to you?
I did substantial research on my own account of peer-reviewed articles and reports of other inquiries and inquests into fires to inform myself of the issues that were being discussed.
Okay. My friend took you to, I think he put the proposition to you about the 99 Northing line, and you said that was just one of the things that the IMT should consider.
That's correct.
What were the other things you felt that the IMT should consider?
The IMT should be constantly aware of changes in fire behaviour and fire extension. The Gospers Mountain fire footprint was massive, and that 99 Northern Line is just one aspect that the IMT needed to be aware of. They needed to be aware of the opportunities they had between that line and the communities that would potentially be affected to establish some sort of containment or mitigation of fire behaviour. They needed to be acutely aware of weather conditions, both in real time and as forecast, to be confident that they were understanding what the potential was for fire extension. There are a significant number of variables that you would expect an incident management team to be considering.
But you understand that 99 Northern Line was a key trigger in the incident action plan for the 13th?
I understand it was a trigger.
A trigger, but an important trigger.
I don't want to overemphasise it, and I haven't had an opportunity to discuss it with the IMT members.
Sure.
In my view, as an incident controller and an IMT member, it would have been a trigger. I'd be reluctant to put more weight on that than some of the other things that we've talked about this morning.
Okay. I just want to show the witness document, which is, I think it's behind tab 95, although I'm not actually in control of the tabs, but it's certainly at page 4138. I'm happy to provide a copy to my friend and to Your Honour. I've got a copy here, a copy for the witness. This appears to be a fire spread prediction dated the 14th of December at 10 o'clock that evening. And it appears, I mean, I'm not great at reading maps, but it appears to show that the fire hadn't crossed the 99 Northern Line as at the 14th. What's your understanding of where the fire was at that time? Were you instructed that it had crossed the 99 Northern, or had you seen this map before?
I have seen this map before, but I hadn't studied it that closely. We do see a point of the fire line at the 00.
Yep.
So that's at.
It might be very close. Is that what you're saying?
455000 is the most southern extension of the fire. So clearly, it's just immediately south of the 99. But more importantly, we see fire spread projections from the fire behaviour analysts of where that fire might be at various times in the forecast period, which has well south of the 00 line. That would have been something that I would hope IMT members would be acutely aware of. Where the fire is particularly important. Where the fire's going is far more important consideration for the incident management team. And the work done by fire behaviour analysts in that context is particularly relevant to the decision making that IMT would make.
Okay. And as you say, that's just one of the factors.
One of many factors that you would hope an IMT would think about.
Okay. In relation to the weather forecast, I think you said you'd seen the incident weather forecast attached to the incident action plan. Were you aware that the IMT was also using a gridded weather forecast?
I am, and all firefighters are very familiar now with the Bureau of Meteorology's gridded weather forecast system, and it's a particularly valuable tool.
And or in your opinion, which of the two, should they both be used in conjunction with each other?
Absolutely, yes. You never rely on one particular source of intelligence. It's critically important that the IMT gathers all of those and builds a consolidated picture of what is going on and what they anticipate will happen.
Okay. I think you were answering some questions in relation to dead fine fuel moisture content. I think you were indicating that's an important predictor of fire intensity and fire danger. Is that, do I understand your evidence correctly?
It is, but I'd add to that fuel moisture content and soil moisture content are two things that you want to read together because they are so independent. The fuel moisture content that you see in all fuels is very much related to soil moisture content. To a lesser degree, it's related to relative humidity at a particular time. But that soil moisture content is becoming, as we see from the research now available to us, a far stronger indicator of fuel moisture content and potential fire intensity.
Okay, can I just take you to your first report to pages 3738 and 3739? I think we discussed this phenomenon about fuel moisture content. I think you indicate that a range between 12 and 16% is ideal for the kind of activity that was conducted with the backburn. Is that correct?
That's a rule of thumb that some firefighters have come to use.
Mm-hmm.
It's not established in research, and it's not been studied closely in peer-reviewed research, but practitioners who I've worked with for many years use that as a rule of thumb as being the ideal parameters in which you would undertake backburning.
Okay, and did I understand your evidence correctly? I think you said that there was nothing in the brief of evidence that indicate that any of these readings were taken, but it would be fairly simple to do so.
That's correct. There are fuel moisture meters that are being used by fire services around Australia that would enable you to take a fuel moisture reading in real time in about 10 minutes.
Given what you have said this morning about the utility of those readings and the ease with which they could have been done, should those readings have been taken prior to the lighting of the backburn to make sure that at the site of the burn itself the moisture readings were appropriate?
I think it would have been incredibly valuable intelligence to the fireground managers if they had that. I don't know if Rural Fire Service has access to that equipment. That would be a question for them. But certainly any fireground manager who's looking to undertake a burn in this situation would benefit from that real-time intelligence that you get from a fuel moisture meter.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the sort of the danger zone for readings? What are the sort of reading scales at which you probably shouldn't do a backburn, even though you may have a limited number of other options? What is the range at which you say it would be very dangerous to light a backburn?
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
There are too many variables. Fuel moisture content is incredibly important and one of the critical things that a fireground manager must consider, but it's not the only thing. I think it's important to stress that fuel moisture content, we've talked about topography, we've talked about resource availability, we've talked about observed and impending weather forecasts, we've talked about the potential into the future of what might happen. I would be very concerned if an incident management team and a fireground manager solely based their decision making on fuel moisture content observed at the time. Mm-hmm. It's a critically important piece of intelligence and would certainly inform their decision, but if they relied on that solely as a go, no-go, that's problematic.
Okay, well, based on your understanding of the weather conditions at the time and based on the materials with which you were briefed,
mm-hmm.
If I ask you to assume that the fuel moisture content reading was at 9% in conjunction with those other matters, would lighting the burn in those circumstances cause you concern or cause you to alter your opinion about the appropriateness of the burn on the 14th?
As a fireground manager, you would certainly think carefully about what your plan was looking to do, and you may modify your plan, you may try and get additional resources. Depending on the circumstances, you may abandon the plan, but it would be one consideration amongst others. It would certainly be cause for thought, without a doubt, and would certainly get you to review what you'd intended to do. It may not necessarily stop the burn, it may change the burn. There are other things that you would want to consider, Mr. Searle.
Such as?
The things that we've talked about already, the consequence of not burning and the vulnerability that may leave the firefight into the future. The potential for you as a fireground manager to change the resource profile to give you a greater degree of confidence that you are going to be able to complete the burn safely. They're probably some of the key things, but in any particular circumstance, you would have to be standing there to identify all of those, but they're some of the things that you would reflect on.
Okay, well, at the risk of putting you on the spot, Mr. Conway, assume you've got the state of knowledge you have about the weather conditions, about, I think what you said was the limited window, about the concerns that the burn may not be able to be completed in that window. You were also aware, weren't you, that there was a very heavy fuel load in that area?
Yes.
It
Well,
hadn't-
certainly to the east of Mount Wilson Road, absolutely.
Yes. So given the state of knowledge that you have about the circumstances on the day, if there had been a dead fine fuel moisture content of 9% in the context of all the things you know, what would you have done in that situation? Would it have caused you to modify the plan or abandon the plan?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Unless you're actually standing there on the side of the road and visualising it in your own mind, it's just not possible to answer that question. And as I've hoped I've made clear, there are so many variables that you will want in your mind, and I don't think,
Well, given
at this point in time and at this distance from the fire, I'm not prepared to say what I would do. I'd want to be standing there looking at it before I'd make my call.
Okay, but you've come here today, you've prepared 2 reports, you were asked to make certain assumptions, and you've given opinions based on those assumptions. So I'm asking you now, take those same assumptions, add in a 9% fine fuel moisture content. What impact does that have on your perception of the appropriateness of the plan?
It would certainly give me cause for thought to reflect on the plan and my resourcing. But as to what the final decision would be,
Sure, okay.
I'd have to be standing there looking at it to be confident to make a call.
What impact would that have on your view about the adequacy of the resourcing?
You would certainly want to be confident that you had access to additional resources promptly. You would want to be confident in the skills and abilities of your fireground leaders with you, and that they understood what your plans were and what your contingencies might be in that circumstance. They become key considerations. Okay. You may even seek to rebrief, potentially, if that was information you had available to you.
Just pardon my lack of knowledge about the terminology. What did you mean by rebrief?
Okay, so at the start of the day, all those people who came onto the fire ground had been briefed by the division commander.
Yep.
The swing shifts, when they came on, were briefed in relation to the plan for the day. If you were looking to refine your plan, you would definitely make sure that the people who were leading the work on the fire ground were aware of any refinements that you might make to your planning.
Okay, so based on the information you were provided about the adequacy of the resources for the burn, I think your view was that they were adequate for the burn?
For the forecast weather that they had, yes.
In your review of the material, did you see any contingency planning about what the plan was if the backburn was not successful and could not be contained?
There was limited contingency planning. I was aware, and if you'll bear with me, and I'll go to part of my report where we deal with that, when we were dealing with resources, which I think was question 6. Bear with me. Let's see what we can find.
It was indeed question 6, and I think it's at page 3747.
There was certainly information in the brief of evidence that indicated that RFS had reserve strike team capability at an area to the east of the Gross Valley Fire. I can't remember the exact location, but it's certainly referenced in there. So I'm aware that the IMT were aware and that RFS had identified contingent capability to respond on the 14th of December. And my understanding was that some of those resources were eventually deployed to this particular fire. So there's some of the things that were in place.
Just, sorry to interrupt, but I think you indicated that if you had that knowledge, that assumed knowledge about the fine fuel moisture content, it would have caused you to reflect on the need for additional resources.
Correct.
What additional resources would that have involved based on your experience?
Well, certainly ground capability. So
more ground capability.
Crews with tankers and Force Command vehicles that enable people to undertake sort of reconnaissance of what was going on. Aircraft resources are always valuable, and certainly I understand from the incident action plan and from the brief of evidence that there were additional aircraft available to be called on from RFS headquarters if they were needed, and I understand that the division commander and the IMT did actually call for some of those additional aircraft resources to support them. I think there was a knowledge that that resource was there and available to them should they need it.
Well, based on that assumed knowledge, what additional resources over and above what you understood there to be available, what do you say might have been needed over and above that?
Certainly an additional strike team available to support.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Along the Mount Wilson Road. One of the things that I think is important to understand, additional aircraft being available is particularly important. You would hesitate to actually deploy them until you needed them. Mm-hmm. Aircraft have limited duration, and ideally they're operating when they're needed rather than when there's potential for their need.
Okay. Again, because we're on the page at 3747 under your conclusion, you said that the resourcing reflects what was available at the time and appropriate for the planned task, and by that you mean the burn itself?
Yes, the burn itself and the weather conditions that were forecast.
Sure, but it was not appropriate to deal with the burn when it escaped the containment lines. Is that correct?
Oh, there's no question that they needed additional resources once the burn escaped.
Mm-hmm. And based on your brief of your review of the evidence, did they get all the resources that they needed to do that? Were they actually physically available?
I'm not sure of everything that they requested. I know that they were hoping for a very large air tanker, I think, but I stand corrected if I've misinterpreted that. I know they did get a large air tanker and a couple of drops from there, and they did get additional firebombing aircraft and resources into Mount Wilson. Mm-hmm. I don't know the specific details of what was eventually deployed, but I was certainly aware that the division commander called for resources very quickly after the fire escape. Okay.
But you don't have a clear
I don't have a clear picture of what eventually turned up at Mount Wilson. And as I indicated with Mr. Castleton, I haven't studied the actual firefight in Mount Wilson to make any judgments about its effectiveness or otherwise.
Understood. Turning back to the first question you were posed about whether the backburning strategy planned was appropriate under the circumstances, I think at your paragraph 7 you say it needs to be considered in the context of the broader strategy adopted by the team for the Gospers Mountain Fire. And I think at paragraph 12 you also talk about the effectiveness of containment strategies attempted up to that time. Are you referring to previous backburn operations to contain the Gospers Mountain Fire?
I was looking at all aspects of what the incident management team had dealt with, whether it had been direct attack, indirect attack, some of the issues that they had with lightning, creating fires beyond the identified containment lines that they'd established. And I think I mentioned it was towards late November where they came to the conclusion that a more conservative strategy might be required. And if you bear with me, I'll pick up the appropriate paragraph. Yeah, I think it was after the fires that developed on the 23rd and 26th of November that Superintendent Hodges began to see a more conservative worst case scenario planning model was going to be needed in order to contain this particular fire. They'd certainly seen fire runs on the 12th of November. They'd seen another number of other circumstances where their efforts to contain hadn't been successful, regardless of the strategy that they were using. So direct, parallel and an indirect attack had all proved problematic in the circumstances they were dealing with. And as I mentioned a number of times in my report, my reading of the evidence indicates that they had taken a conservative worst case scenario approach, which I think is absolutely appropriate and one that we would encourage all incident management teams to have in mind when they're dealing with fires on this scale and in these circumstances.
Just on that point, I think that's your response to question 3. I think you talk about taking a worst case scenario, a conservative approach. Should that also have been taken when planning the backburn and working out what resources were needed for it, particularly to deal with the potential situation, given what was happening with the wildfire, to make sure that there was going to be enough resources to deal with the situation if the burn got out of control? Should that have been a worst case scenario planning approach as well?
I've no reason to believe that wasn't in their minds when they did the planning. I think what we've endeavoured to do with my report is to indicate that there's an understanding of the scale of fire being dealt with right along the eastern seaboard, and that every incident management team that was dealing with fire at that time would have liked more resources. The simple context was that, from my understanding of the brief of evidence that's been provided to me, they had the resources that they could get, understanding that there were many other incident management teams who were contesting. And I think there's a note in the brief of evidence where there was a request made to the Blue Mountains IMT for sharing of resources, and that IMT indicated that they had none available. Now that's pretty unusual for an IMT to say, well, look, we know you're in a very challenging set of circumstances here, but I've got nothing to share with you. As an incident controller, that would have been disappointing at best, but entirely understandable in the circumstances that New South Wales was dealing with across the state. So should they have tried to get more resources? If they could have, I'm sure they probably would have. As I've indicated, when you look at what resources they had for the task and the forecast, they're appropriate. When you look at contingent strategies or emergency strategies, it's very much a case of responding at the time. And I think, as I've indicated in my report, I can see that both the Division Commander and the IMT were very prompt to call for additional resources once the fire started spotting.
I know you were very careful about saying they had the resources that they could access, but in terms of the planning, was that adequate for the task?
For the task,
of the burn.
the weather conditions, they were adequate.
Okay. And in terms of taking the worst case scenario approach and assuming, given the weather conditions and what was happening with the fire more generally, and the previous attempts to contain it with backburns, at least some of them were not successful, you were aware of that? Given that scenario, were enough additional resources factored in to deal with the scenario the backburn didn't work or got out of control?
From the best that I can understand from the brief of evidence, the IMT and the Division Commander were aware that they had access to additional resources should they be needed. Whether they're enough, you can never know until the event actually occurs. So, and I understand the response that you're seeking. That's the best that I can offer you. I think they knew that they had access to additional resources if they needed them, and when the time came, they called on them.
Your Honour, I know at the time, is it convenient time to take a morning tea break, or should we just keep going?
No, we'll take the break and resume at 12. 12.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Conway, I think I was about to ask you, you had a general knowledge about previous efforts to contain the Gospers Mountain wildfire using backburning?
Using a number of different strategies. I know that the IMT endeavour to apply all the options of offensive strategies, including direct attack, paralytic and backburning.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you about whether you're aware of these things, and if you're not, please just say.
I was aware that they had endeavoured to contain the fire using all of those strategies.
Including 6 backburns that failed?
I understand that there would have been many backburns undertaken.
Okay. You're aware on the 15th of November there was a backburn at Putty Road, Wallaby Swamp Trail and Staircase Spur Trail that got out of control? And
I am aware that there was a backburn there.
okay. And you're aware that that burnt away from the Gospers Mountain fire, causing an emergency warning to be issued?
I'm generally aware of that circumstance, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that there was another backburn on the 19th of November at Colo Heights, Drip Rock Sector, Putty Road, Barina Drive?
Correct.
And that also got out of control? And you're aware that on the 3rd, 4th and 5th of December there was a backburn at Colo Heights? That also got out of control? And again on the 5th and 6th of December there was backburning at Mount Lagoon between Colo River and Bilpin that also got out of control? And on the 7th of December, there was the Nunes Plateau backburn that also got out of control. Yes. And that all of these burnt away from the Gospers Mountain fire. You were aware of that? And is it the case that the RFS classified each of those as part of Gospers Mountain fire after that?
I think once the fire footprint's identified, it's identified as part of the whole of the fire footprint. That's my understanding.
Okay. Did any of them remain separate but were still classified as part of Gospers Mountain?
I don't know. I haven't studied them closely enough to know.
Okay. And there was also, I think on the 12th of December, another backburn at Blackfellows Hands Trail. That's the Nunes Plateau one. So with that knowledge, what bearing do those failed strategies have on the decision to do the backburn on the 14th? Were those things taken into consideration, do you know, explicitly?
I would assume that they would have been part of the considerations that the IMT took into account. I think the important thing to flag here in this conversation is that given the scale and the duration of the Gospers Mountain fire, all offensive strategies would have been applied at various times at various points on the fire ground. That a number of the backburns attempted were not successful and were not contained is not unusual. This is something that you would expect in a fire of this scale, and in these circumstances you will find that an indirect strategy is not always successful, in the same way that a number of attempts of direct attack on the fire weren't successful. The point I think that's most important to reflect on here is just how complex that firefight was as a result of the ability of firefighters to access the fire ground, the nature of the fuels, which we've already flagged as being significantly dry, and the challenges of all the offensive strategies that firefighters might use being challenged, particularly in difficult weather.
So you assume that these matters were explicitly taken into consideration, but you haven't seen that documented?
No.
Okay. But you would have taken it into consideration?
Absolutely.
And in that process, what impact would that have made on your planning or your decision to have a backburn on the 14th in the location where it was?
It wouldn't have precluded me planning and progressing with a backburn in the circumstances that we've discussed. The likelihood of the Gospers Mountain fire continuing to extend, the challenge of protecting those communities along Bells Line of Road through Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine in the event of uncontained and uncontrolled fire. So all of those things would have been considered. That some of the strategies that we'd applied earlier in the firefight hadn't been successful doesn't mean that you stop. and I think we've established earlier in our conversation that relying solely on a defensive strategy in the circumstances that the IMT were facing at that particular time in December was just not appropriate. It would have put firefighters and residents at extraordinary risk. And I think, as I indicated, the decision the IMT took, even with all the understanding they've had about the success or otherwise of the firefight up to that particular time, was still appropriate in the circumstances.
Okay. But can I just ask you to consider that I think you're saying it was a high-risk strategy?
Absolutely.
That there was a narrow window?
Yes.
That there was, I mean, we've discussed the issue of resourcing, but there was no explicit contingency planning for if the backburn failed, was there? That you saw?
The contingency planning that I've identified in the documentation indicates that they would attempt direct attack on any spot fires to the east of Mount Wilson Road.
But given all those factors, those constraints, the narrow window, the general weather conditions that were prevailing, and the fact that efforts to contain the wildfire by backburning had not been successful on those previous, I think, 6 occasions, doesn't that suggest that the issue of backburning might be limited, that the effectiveness might be limited, even though it was in a difficult situation?
I think every time an incident management team and fireground managers choose that indirect attack strategy, they're aware of the risks, and I think hopefully in my report I've been able to establish that any time you do backburning, it's a high risk strategy, but there are occasions when it's the only strategy available to you, regardless of the risk.
Okay. Can I just ask you to turn to page 3762, which is part of the letter of instruction to you, from which you produce your report. I'll just ask you to look at paragraphs 8, 9 and 10 there. Paragraph 8 instructs you that the incident controller, Superintendent Hodges, states that the Gospers Mountain fire grew by 26,000 hectares to 56,000 hectares. And then paragraph 10, it states that a more strategic approach was adopted, with IMT identifying a broad, strong containment strategy calculated to result in a fire of approximately 450,000 hectares.
Correct.
That's a very significant increase in the fire footprint, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that a very radical strategy?
No.
Can you just explain that?
It's not radical at all, and I think we've found over the last 20 years that IMTs have often found themselves having to fall back to that sort of scale because of the availability of control lines that they could be confident they could hold. So if we reflect on major fire operations over the last 20 years, that final notional perimeter and area of the fire reflects the nature of where the fire is, the terrain in particular, the availability of viable control lines that the IMT can confidently work to. It is a very significant fire area, but it's not at all unprecedented.
Can I just ask you to turn to page 3763, paragraph 16, and you're instructed on the 3rd of December the fire edge moved towards Mount Lagoon. Was that the wildfire, or was that one of the backburns? Or do you know one way or another?
I don't know. I know there was backburning undertaken in that part of the area, and I know that the backburn was in reasonably close proximity to the fire edge at that time, but without actually studying fire progression maps, Your Honour, I couldn't be confident in making a statement there. I'd have to go back and look at it again.
Right, but there was a strategic backburn at the Putty Road on the 3rd of December.
That's my understanding.
Was that something you would have turned your mind to when you were preparing your report?
Absolutely.
Okay, but you don't have any explicit record?
I don't have the specific detail of those other burns. The bulk of my attention's been very much on the events of the 13th and 14th.
Okay. And again, if I could just take you to the following page, 3764, paragraph paragraph 18, again, it refers to the fire move south. Again, is that the wildfire, or is that one of the backburns?
My understanding was that was the southern perimeter of the Gospers Mountain fire.
That is the wildfire.
That's my understanding. But again, we'd have to go back to fire progression maps to verify that.
Okay. So with all of these matters, you'd have to go and track it through
We would.
maps. Okay. But you don't have any particular recollection of that. Okay. Just in relation to the Blue Mountains area, like the area that we're talking about, where the backburn was done and where it got out of control and the footprint of the Gospers Mountain, do you have first-hand knowledge of that topography? Have any of you walked it, worked in it?
I've spent quite a bit of time walking and travelling through the Blue Mountains. I did actually.
As a tourist or as working?
As a tourist. I did fight fires in that part of the world in 1994 as a CFA officer, supporting firefighting operations there.
Okay. In relation to the part of the letter of instruction at paragraph 17 on that page 3764, again it says approximately 60 kilometres of fire stretching from Colo Heights to Nunes was heading towards the areas of Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Mount Tomar, Bilpin and Bell. Again, was that the wildfire or was that the Colo Heights strategic backburn?
My understanding is that was the Gospers Mountain fire.
Okay, it's the wildfire. I'm going to ask the witness now to have a look at MFIB. Your Honour.
Yes.
And could I ask you to turn to page 60? I'm going to take you through a series of documents, Mr. Conway. I'm going to ask you to assume they are what they look like. So the first one, Appendix 7, warnings 14 December 2019 at 4:19 and 4:57. It appears to be the same post amended. It says there, emergency warning, Gospers Mountain, Lithgow and Hawkesbury. Fire is moving in a northeasterly direction towards Mount Wilson, and then below it says it's moving in a southerly direction towards Mount Wilson. It says it's Gospers Mountain fire, but the threat to Mount Wilson at this time was actually from the backburn, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Does that notification doesn't make that clear, does it?
It doesn't, but for the purposes of informing the community, I don't think it's particularly relevant.
Okay, where was the Gospers Mountain wildfire in relation to Mount Wilson at this time?
Gossamer Mountain fire was to the north of Mount
At
Wilson.
16 kilometres?
But I think the important thing to reflect on here in relation to your question is that the backburning operation was part of the response of the incident management team to the Gospers Mountain fire. So certainly in the context of how these are framed, that's the way it would have been reflected. There's no question that what you're saying is correct. The threat to Mount Wilson and Mount Irvine was definitely as a result of the backburn breaching its containment line.
Okay, so, and the Gospers Mountain wildfire was about 16 kilometres away from the town at this time. Is that your understanding?
I couldn't tell you the exact distance, but a significant distance.
Okay, and it wasn't an immediate threat to Mount Wilson or Mount Irvine or Mount Tomar at this time?
Not at that day, no.
Okay. So I guess a resident looking at that would have understood that as meaning they were under threat from the wildfire.
I don't know how Conway could answer the question.
Okay, well, I'll put it this way. It doesn't make it clear that the threat is from the backburn or that the backburn has escaped, does it?
No.
Okay, can I take you to Appendix 9? And again, this is at 6:21 on the 14th of December, it says, make that assumption that that's correct. It suggests that the fire activity from the backburn was not visible on the Fires Near Me app. I think you mentioned earlier in your evidence that social media, the Fires Near Me app, were some of the different tools that should be used to communicate accurate information to the affected community.
Correct.
In your view, based on your experience, should this communication have included the danger from the escaped backburn at this time?
Ideally, the backburn and the escape backburn would have appeared by that time on the fires near me app. The point I'd take us back to is the observations we shared earlier before the break, that we're using multiple sources to inform the community, and the community would look for validation that the fire's not showing up in the fire near me app is of concern, and you would certainly hope that it would have been there.
Okay, I take you to Appendix 11. This is, I ask you to assume that it's at 6:36 on the 14th. Again, it again doesn't indicate where the backburn is, or doesn't communicate that the strategic backburn had gotten out of control, does it? And again, if I ask you to look at Appendix 12, again, it asks you to assume it's a post of 14 December at 6:41 p.m. You can see the yellow highlighted bit, the fire remains within the planned containment lines. We've heard evidence this week that that was untrue at this time, that a resident in one of the affected areas looking at that would have been seriously misled about the level of risk they were at, would they not?
I couldn't answer that question. I can indicate that it doesn't reflect what was happening.
Okay. And again, Appendix 13, you can see the highlighted bit north of Bell, Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, and those other locations. That was where the wildfire was. That's correct?
That's correct. That's where the main part of the fire was.
And I ask you, it doesn't mention anywhere there where the backburn is.
That's correct.
And that's a significant omission in this major fire update to the affected community, is it not?
Let me finish reading. Yes, the point you make is valid.
So just under the heading,
Capture that.
sure, just under the heading Mount Wilson, the three exhortations there: monitor the changing conditions, know what you will do if the fire threatens. The fire was threatening at this time, wasn't it?
It was, certainly by that time in the evening it was.
And it would have been good if the communication had reflected that, so that local affected residents would have known from this source.
Can I just raise one matter here on it? It's about fairness, ultimately, is that we do know from the body of material that's presently before Your Honour is that there was an emergency warning increased to level 5 in that period of time between 4 or 5 p.m. that afternoon. I don't have it to hand. And it's just a question of fairness, because we're looking at something in isolation, but we do know from the situation reports that are contained in volume 2 behind tab 11 that the Watch and Act was elevated to an emergency warning level 5, and I rather think from memory that happened before 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Also in this matter, Your Honour, there is material filed from a number of the residents who gave evidence that they weren't notified, or they weren't aware, and I'm just leading the witness through these what appear to be official notifications through different sources that don't reflect what was actually happening.
Yeah.
My friend can re-examine if he wishes.
Well, no,
It's just part of
framing
the
the
evidence.
question, that's all.
It's part of the evidence that we have before us, as well as what you're going through.
Okay. Can I take you now to Appendix 21? Again, it's an RFS community newsletter posted online at 12:06 p.m. on the 15th of December 2019. And then again, it says Gospers Mountain Fire is burning in Wallamai National Park north of Bell, Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine. It says whilst there's no immediate threat, you can see that bit again highlighted. Again, to your knowledge, were townships being threatened by the strategic backburn that has escaped its containment lines at this time?
There'd been impact from the burn onto Mount Wilson on the evening of the 14th. I'm not sure what the circumstances were by this time on the Sunday morning. I'd have to go back and look at some of the situation reports that were being provided. My understanding was the main active fire around Mount Wilson was on the afternoon and the evening of the 14th.
Mhm.
My recollection, and just bear with me for a moment. Certainly my understanding from my second statement of para 18 and my recollection of the fire progression maps indicated that there was active fire on the 15th, originating from that escape backburn.
Okay, and what areas were at risk at that time? Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Mount Tomah?
As far as Mount Tomah, the indication from the fire progression map that I studied indicated a significant fire run on that particular day as far as Mount Tomah.
Okay, and that's not reflected in the notification, is it?
Yes, bearing in mind that this notification was at midday, I don't know what time the fire run was. We'd have to check that. Okay.
Can I take you to Appendix 24, page 79, and just starting at the second entry, 15, 12, 29, 1255. I won't mention the name, but you can see it says moving into property protection west of Mount Wilson, impact within 30 minutes, requesting increase in warning level. You see that?
Is this an extract from ICOM?
It's a transcription of a radio broadcast.
Good to know the source.
I'll ask you to make that assumption.
Okay.
And then the top one indicates that the incident controller, deputy incident controller, in conference with fireground ops, concur that warning level will remain at watch and act in relation to Mount Wilson. At this time, was that an appropriate response, or should the warning level have been lifted?
Well, outside the scope of Your Honour's inquiry, with the greatest respect, we're getting into the 15th of December. This witness has not looked at the management end response in relation to what happened on the 15th and beyond. With the greatest respect to my learned friend.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Saul.
Well, in that case, I won't press that question. But having taken you through those publicly available notifications, I think your evidence was they didn't reflect that the backburn had escaped containment lines, and it would have been better had they done so. Is that correct?
No question. What I can't answer is whether there was other information made available to the community that did reflect what was going on. Certainly the material that you've shown me this morning didn't include that degree of information and insight. I can't reflect on what other material might have been out there that did indicate that.
Okay. So you just don't have visibility of all of that?
No, not after the 14th. The questions that I were asked, we touched base briefly on information early into the 15th in the questions that I was posed, Your Honour, but certainly I haven't studied beyond that.
Your Honour, those are my questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Saul. Ms. Avery Williams.
Nothing from me,
Mr. Newton.
Just a few questions, Your Honour. Mr. Conway, you were asked some questions about the level of resourcing and whether or not the contingency plan for resourcing was adequate. Do you recall that line of questions? Now, in terms of contingency planning, it's true, is it not, that you can't look at the Mount Wilson backburn in isolation. You'd need to look at the situation that was that needed contingency planning across a range of fire grounds. Is that right?
No question. Not just the backburn, but the whole of the Gospers Mountain fire and the rest of what was happening in that region of New South Wales. When you're dealing on fire of that scale, the management of resourcing is very much centralised at a state level. It has to be. And you would look at the contingency planning within your own IMT, but understanding that a lot of the decision making about allocation of resources is a decision made on a much broader view. And you would expect that senior officers of RFS and National Parks would have been reflecting not just on what was happening with Gospers Mountain, at what was happening across the rest of that part of the state.
And just dealing with Gosford's Mountain specifically, on the afternoon of the 14th, there was a possibility that there may be a requirement for extra resources in just multiple parts of that Gosford's Mountain fire. Is that right?
Quite possibly. The weather conditions that were forecast for later in the day, I'm sure would have put pressure on all of the fires in that region, not just the Gosford's Mountain fire. And I think we reflected earlier in our conversations a request made by the Hawkesbury IMT of the Blue Mountains IMT for a sharing of resources, which they had to decline because of the issues that they were grappling with resources. So I think that's a reflection on this challenge that the state was grappling with in terms of the scale of fire that they had.
And a way to deal with the challenge that there may be a call, well, we draw that, in circumstances where you don't know where you're going to need the extra resources, then a way firefighting agencies deal with it is to have extra resources in a situation where they're able to respond as and where required. Is that correct?
Yes, and agencies will often establish a contingent capability that they can respond to multiple areas. I'm just going back into my statement because there's a note here I do have. I'll endeavour to find. If I go to the right document, I'll be better off. Bear with me. So we were talking at question 6 about resourcing. Just bear with me, Mr. Newton, while I find the right paragraph. I remember in one of Mr. Carter's statements a very clear flag that he was aware of contingent strike teams being available further to the east in the metropolitan area of Sydney to be deployed should they be needed. Now, my understanding of that reference was not just for his own work, but also for potential of other fires. But it is reflected in their planning.
So that from an agency's perspective, that there are resources which are available to undertake the task, and then there may be resources which can be rapidly deployed in the event of when they're needed, firstly, and secondly, where they are needed. And that's because in a situation such as was occurring in New South Wales on the 14th of December, indeed throughout that whole fire season, you could never be sure when and where resources were going to be required at any particular time.
That would be valid, yes.
You were asked some questions about fuel moisture readings, and I think your evidence was that a reading from a fuel moisture meter would be another piece of valuable information which a firefighter could have regard to in making decisions about whether or not to undertake a backburn. But in terms of a firefighter about to undertake a backburn, a test burn is a way in which a firefighter can have regard to multiple variables that are going to impact on the efficacy and or wisdom of a backburn. Is that correct?
It's one of the tools that you can use.
And
I understand that Mr. Carter did do a test burn at the corner of Bells Line of Road and Mount Wilson Road before they started, and that was one of the things that informed his decision to seek approval to go ahead.
And a test burn will, I would draw that. There are multiple variables which impact upon fire behaviour. And a test burn is a way of trying to get an understanding of how those multiple variables are impacting on fire behaviour at the time, which amongst those multiple variables would be the moisture of fine fuels.
Correct.
In terms of the moisture of fine fuels, the atmospheric conditions have quite an effect on the moisture of fine fuels, don't they?
Correct. Relative humidity, particularly for finer fuels, significantly impacts the fuel moisture content of those sorts of fuels and the way they'll behave in a fire.
And so if it were the case that the plan for the IAP had, there had been a plan to burn from the Defours lookout back towards the intersection of Bells Line and Roan and Mount Wilson Road, but that had been delayed delayed to later in that day to enable the fuels to dry out. That's something which would accord with your understanding of how fuels react, namely the moisture from rain a few days earlier could decrease and enable backburning to be more suitable in a number of hours.
I certainly understand that was the view that the IMT formed, that if they waited till later in the day before they started burning off Mount Wilson, then the fuels would be dry enough to sustain a burn that gave them the outcome they were looking for. The point I've also made in my evidence is that we don't know what the fuel moisture was on Mount Wilson because it hasn't been measured, and we didn't conduct a test burn there either. So the assumptions the IMT made are reasonable in the circumstances, but they can't be validated.
I see. Finally, just in terms of, you were shown a document which was at 4138 of the brief, but which was a map or a fire prediction spread map, which was valid for the afternoon and evening of the 14th of December 2019. Do you still have that?
I have it in front of me.
In terms of the fire, the spread and prediction that is shown, is it right that that is for what it seems to be in the southwestern part of the Gospers Mountain fire?
That's correct.
And so are the grids in this map kilometre square grids?
They're 5 kilometre square grids.
I see. So in terms of the distance from the fire, the width of the fire is shown from east to west. What is it, approximately a 25 kilometre width?
That's the part that's being displayed on this particular map, yes.
So at this time, it's your understanding, isn't it, that the Gospers Mountain fire was approximately 60 kilometres from east to west? Is that right?
That's my recollection from the brief of evidence.
I see. So this is only showing a relatively small part of the Gospers Mountain fire. And in terms of the risk to the communities of Mount Wilson and Mount Irvin and in that area of the Blue Mountains, it's right, isn't it, that where there's 60 kilometres of fire to the north and northwest of you, that a risk to those communities could come from multiple directions. Is that correct?
Correct, depending on the weather circumstances on any particular day.
And as a general proposition, fire weather on the east coast of Australia, if it's coming with a westerly or northwesterly aspect, that's, speaking generally, not a good direction for the wind to be coming from. Is that right?
That's correct, because the wind is coming from the centre of the continent and is generally drier than winds that you get from the east or the southeast, which are coming off the Pacific. So the relative humidity associated with winds from that direction is more often than not lower than you would otherwise see.
And you've given some evidence, and the inquiry's heard some evidence about the State Mine fire and it's the fact that it travelled approximately 30 kilometres in a day, or
9 hours.
Thank you. In 9 hours. Now, in circumstances where there was this vast body of fire to the north and northwest of Mount Wilson, if if you got the wrong weather, then there was the capacity for a rapid impact on those communities, wasn't there?
There's no question there's potential for significant fire runs from west to east and from northwest to southeast in those circumstances. The map we have in front of us here shows the fire behaviour analysts predicting some extension of the fire in that general area, particularly around 45500. And by about 1800 or thereabouts, it's progressed a good 3 or 4 kilometres further south. My understanding from the brief of evidence was that these are the sort of things that the IMT had reflected on and had some concern about, that the potential for fire running from that west to east and from that northwest to southeast was one of the potential outcomes of this sort of fire extension. So that was the understanding I took from the brief of evidence.
But as an IMT, with the amount of fire in the landscape to the north and the northwest and towards the west of Mount Wilson and Mount Irving, it'd be a constant concern, wouldn't it, that if the weather changed, they could be impacted within a very short period of time?
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Your Honour, with leave, may I ask the witness just one last question?
Yes.
It goes to the issue of the moisture readings. I think my friend was asking about whether a test burn can also evaluate the moisture.
It's one tool that you...
One tool. Which is more accurate, using a meter or doing a test burn?
They show different things. The fuel moisture meter gives you a very accurate understanding of fuel moisture content of fine fuels. The test burn gives you an indication of fuel moisture content, but it also gives you an indication of how fire is going to behave because of arrangement of fuels and types of fuels. Now, you don't get that from a fuel moisture meter in the same way that you don't get an accurate insight into fuel moisture content from a test burn. They're both valuable tools for a fireground manager to use.
Is it your evidence they should be used together?
Ideally, yes.
Thank you, Your Honour. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any?
Nothing arising. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conway.
Welcome, Your Honour.
The next and final witness for today is Deputy Commissioner, New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Mr. Peter McKechnie. My learned friend, Ms. Ward of Senior Counsel, will lead Mr. McKechnie's evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton.
Would Your Honour just bear with me while I set up some folders before we get started?
Certainly.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is so? Please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat, thanks. Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Sorry, just
Take your time.
So would you state your full name and your professional address?
Peter McKechnie, New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Can't remember the number. At Sydney Olympic Park. I actually can't remember the exact address of our headquarters.
And your present rank within the Rural Fire Service?
Deputy Commissioner, Field Operations.
Sorry, this laptop has just shut down. In that capacity, Have you provided two statements to assist Her Honour's understanding into strategic backburns, one in the vicinity of Mount Wilson Road in the Blue Mountains and one in the vicinity of the Yatta Yatta sector in Currawong on the south coast?
That is correct.
Would you want to just give me an opportunity to try and get this working?
We'll just take a short adjournment.
Thank you.
Adjournment. Ms Ward.
Your Honour,
I'm
just
sorry.
before we proceed, Ms Avery Williams has gone, and I'm just asking if she can be excused. I'm now appearing for the National Parks and Wildlife Service in the Currawon backburn inquiry, because Mr McKechnie is giving some evidence on that. And I've got a sort of watching brief, I suppose, in terms of the remaining part of the Gospers Mountain inquiry.
Thanks, Mr Newton.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr McKechnie, I've got my laptop working. Have you remembered your professional address?
I have 4 Murray Rose Avenue.
All right. Now, just to confirm, in terms of the 2 statements you've provided to assist the court, is one statement in relation to the Gross Valley Mount Wilson matter dated the 2nd of November 2022?
Correct.
Do you have a copy of that available in front of you? It's behind tab 79 of the 2 folders that are open in front of you.
Not behind 79 in that.
Volume 11.
Yes.
Volume 10.
What's yours?
Not there?
We'll make sure you have the right document available. It's volume 11 of the Gross Valley Brief, and it's tab 79.
Thank you.
Mr McKechnie, are there any amendments that you wish to make in relation to that document?
No.
Then in terms of your statement in the Currawon matter, do you have a copy of that available in front of you? It's in volume 10 of the Currawon Brief, and it should be tab 155.
Yes, I've got it here.
Are there any amendments required to that statement?
No.
Are you presently the Deputy Commissioner Field Operations for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
That's correct.
Does that mean you essentially lead the operational arm of the RFS?
That is correct.
Including the men and women that work in the field as volunteers and the employed staff who support operations in the field?
That's correct.
Just in that role generally, have you observed any decline in the number of people willing to take on positions on IMTs or incident management teams since the events of the 2019-2020 season?
No, I can't say I have. We haven't had a lot of significant fire activity. We've been more focused since that time supporting COVID and SES operations, but no, I haven't seen a decline.
So is it fair to say that you haven't seen any decline, but we haven't really been tested across a summer since 2019-2020?
That would be correct.
How are we looking for this summer?
Certainly, the Bureau of Meteorology has put an El Nino watch in place, which is just that at the moment. It's just a watch that the trend is showing the possibility of an El Nino forming. And we have seen a drying trend since the end of the flooding activity, I suppose predominantly since early in 2023, and when we started to see some more fire activity, particularly in March, and we're expecting that trend to continue as we head towards the next bushfire danger period.
Does that mean there's a possibility for the bushfire season commencing late in 2023 and extending into 2024 might be the most severe since 2019-2020?
That would be right. The only thing I would add to that is that I don't know how late it will be in 2023 that it starts. We could see an early commencement again in northern parts of the state.
And in terms of overall trends, the commencement of bushfire seasons are commencing earlier and earlier into the year, is that right?
That's right. We are seeing more often now an early commencement and later finishes to that period.
Am I correct in thinking that as at the date of these 2 fires in 2019, you were not then in your current position as Deputy Commissioner Field Operations?
That's right.
Were you, as at December 2019, in a position described as Director of Regions South and West?
That's correct.
What did that role ordinarily involve?
So under that position were then 2 regions and a number of districts. I can't just remember the number of our districts. We have now 43 of them across the state, and around about half of them were under my purview, and then obviously our staff and volunteers that worked within them.
In terms of the broad geographical boundaries of the South and West region, accepting that you can't remember the particular districts, what was the broad reach of those 2 regions combined?
If you were to use the western part of the state, I suppose predominantly from an area of, Mudgee, Coonabarabran and to the west, extending all the way to the Victorian border, and I suppose from an east-west line would be approximately taking in the Shoalhaven area, right across through to through Bland, Temora, and ultimately out to the South Australian border.
Does that mean that the Growth Valley, Mount Wilson, Backburn did not fall within an area for which you were responsible as Director of Regions?
It didn't fall into the area that I directly looked after day to day, but during that period I did work as one of the state operations controllers.
Come to that in a minute. But then the Currawong fire presumably did fall within the South region.
That's correct.
Now, you've told Her Honour that you were sometimes rostered on as State Operations Controller across that season, is that right?
That's correct.
Were you rostered as State Operations Controller as at the 14th of December 2019?
No, not on that particular day.
Or the 31st of December 2019?
If I remember rightly, I was the Deputy State Operations Controller on the 31st.
All right. Did you have direct involvement in the planning or execution of either of the backburns that are being examined here?
No.
I want to ask you some questions now arising from some evidence that Her Honour heard yesterday from Ms. Rains. She was the captain of the Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine Rural Fire Brigade, and I just want to read to you from part of her evidence from yesterday. Do you follow?
Yep.
This is what she told the court. It's really hard for brigades like Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, Bell and Mount Tomah, who generally work under Blue Mountains District, to then be handed over to an outside fire district because we lose the support that we're used to. For example, I know Karen Hodges at Hawkesbury. I know a number of the group officers' name at Hawkesbury, but I don't know all of them. I don't have any contact details for any of them. I don't know who are the good strategic thinkers. I know some of them through work relationships, some through word of mouth, but we don't have those relationships that we do with our Blue Mountains group officers. So to talk and plan, we just don't have those relationships. It was something that was highlighted in the 2013 during the state mine fire. The problem with Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine, we have Chifley District to the west of us and Hawkesbury District to the east of us, and Mount Irvine is stuck in the middle. For pre-incident planning purposes, we are like those cross-jurisdictional brigades that have a likelihood of being put with a different district that's not their own. Now, in light of those matters raised in Ms. Rains' evidence yesterday, can you tell the court, does the Rural Fire Service promote joint training exercises or other professional contact between neighbouring fire districts for brigades that might be put under a neighbouring district in response to any particular fire?
Yes, we do. I think it's fair to say we've come from a historical background which was based on local government boundaries, and that has taken time to break down. But in this particular area that Ms. Rains has referenced, my understanding is, for example, late last year they ran some inter-district training and exercises. I don't know exactly the brigades that attended them. I don't have that on me, but that was focused along the brigades that are along the Bells line of road, and I suppose to address some of the points that have been raised there and start to build some of those relationships which ultimately, are so important, not only when we have fires, but just around community interactions and the like.
Now, that the need for those sort of initiatives, you've referred there to an inter-district training exercise, would not be limited to the brigade at Mount Wilson or Mount Irvine. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
That there may well be other brigades across the state that sit close towards a RFS fire district boundary and might benefit from inter-district training exercises in the same manner.
That's correct.
So do those inter-district training exercises happen routinely?
I think it would be inconsistent in terms of between every district's boundaries between those 43 districts. But I would surmise it as a regular occurrence, but not to the same level in every district, every boundary, because some of that is based on the brigade's want and availability to do those things as well.
Is management of an inter-district training and exercise of the type that you've described something that would typically fall within the responsibility of the Director of Regions?
It would, but it would be something that sits with I suppose, it's within the Director of, that role is now the Director of Area Operations. There's two of them. It would fall under their purview, but it would be something that is the responsibility of our district managers working with each other to facilitate, given their connection with their brigades in each of their areas.
Clearly, we don't want such inter-district training exercises to be triggered by events like the 2019-2020 season. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
And so there is a need, isn't there, for the RFS to be proactive in trying to identify a need for these sort of opportunities?
I agree.
Taking into account the issues you've already raised today, including the willingness and availability of brigade members on the ground.
That's right.
Are there any other initiatives that you're aware of that focus upon giving local brigades an opportunity to build working relationships with other captains from neighbouring districts?
Look, also in the same area, I'm aware, and I don't know the status of it, but the two districts were working together with some of the brigades around developing a pre-incident plan, touching on the fact of what you said around the fact that Mount Wilson, Mount Irvine area is a slither of the Blue Mountains that extends out between the Chifley and Lithgow districts. But in other areas, there are some dual response is in place where both brigades that are close to that administrative boundary are automatically involved in activities in those areas, and that's driven by both local needs and local preparedness to be involved. We see some areas where, as hazard reduction programs are developed, they look at that beyond those administrative boundaries as well. And our new risk management plans that we're in the process of rolling out actually look at that risk regardless of the boundary, so that discussion that happens with local brigades, happens with communities, ultimately can look at both plans without it being a hard and fast administrative cut-off.
Does that mean if a risk management plan identifies a risk that crosses a boundary, the administrative boundary, that you would expect brigades from each district to be consulted in the development of the plan?
That's correct. I would just put, I suppose, the one caveat, that is our new approach to the risk plans. I think it's fair to say that the historical approach we had was probably based more on those, just on that local government area or district boundary, where the process we've now moved to looks beyond that.
Her Honour's heard a lot of evidence through these inquiries about occasions when brigades are dispatched far from home, hours away from their home patch. So, of course, you ask your brigades to also be able to work to the direction of an IMT in a completely different part of the state, if that's necessary.
That's correct. So it can be that they've travelled to neighbouring districts, for that matter, across their area, across the state, or for that matter, we see brigades assisting other jurisdictions right across the country. So that integration can work, and that is part of the training. But we also see out of area resources coming into the local IMTs that are then working, so that ability to work with functions rather than just the personality.
So it's important to consider both, isn't it?
That's right.
I want to ask you some questions now around a document that is annexed to the statement you've given in the Coronial matter which you've labelled as Currawong resourcing, and you included as an extra H. It's page 3890 of the Currawong brief.
Three eight nine zero.
So do you have that document there, Mr McKechnie?
I do.
And I think you've undertaken a similar exercise for the Gross Valley brief in terms of trying to pull together a Gross Valley, or more accurately, Mount Wilson resourcing summary.
We did.
Is it fair to say that what's happened in order to produce these summaries is that you've had your team prepare lists of names drawn from the incident action plans that suggest who's going to be available across a particular shift?
A range of records, including the IAP, but yes, the team did go back through that, pulling this together.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that incident action plans represent a plan for what resources are expected to be available across the coming shifts. But of course, plans sometimes need to change in response to dynamic fire conditions.
Absolutely.
To that extent, the incident action plans are not necessarily reliable in terms of the actual resources that were available at the time.
No, that's correct. They're done at a point in time. They're approved at a point in time, but the dynamic nature of what it is we're dealing with does see changes once shifts are underway.
So the plan represents the expectation of, for instance, the individuals that you think will be available to staff an IMT, but it might not eventuate in that way.
That's correct.
The classic example of that in Currawong is the situation where the incident controller at some point is tasked to the area outside of Bateman's Bay in response to a threat posed by the Clyde Mountain Fire.
That's correct. So we'll see circumstances where there could be two known risks that we're dealing with, two known fires, but one may take a run, escalate to a point that wasn't actually forecast or expected, and that can cause a rethink of those, where the resources are applied across them, or the people themselves that are involved.
In terms of understanding the personnel that were actually involved in an incident management team or on the fire ground, where's the better place to look for reliable data around that?
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I can't point towards one single system to be able to pull that out. In terms of a dedicated resource management system that captures both the planning for and then the application of, is still something that we're trying to develop. So a lot of that is still manually recorded in our fire control centres with sign-on and sign-off books. So you're trying to match forecasts for resourcing with incident action plans for then what I suppose forecasting for a longer term, incident action plans for a next shift or next operational period, because it could be 12 hours, it could be 24 hours I developed for, and then for what actually was applied, so bringing together logbooks, sign-on books and the like.
So you might look at logbooks, sign-on books, the staffing rosters that you've referred to?
That's correct. And since the 2019-2020 fires, one thing that we have been able to develop in terms of the trucks themselves is that we now have a CAD system, a computer-aided dispatch system. So as appliances on their shift are actually applied to an incident, that is obviously captured in a single central point. But there is still work to do around how we capture that for strike teams that are then a conglomerate of resources coming together and going to another area.
So putting strike teams to one side, does that mean the RFS is today better able to track the resources that might attend any particular backburn or indeed fire?
Correct. Certainly to the fire. A backburn, like any other individual operation during a fire, the resources may move. You may be burning in a certain sector within the Gospers Mountain fire, but the resources may be recorded as being applied to the Gospers Mountain fire. They responded to that, for example. It would then be in logbooks that they were applied to whichever division. But the fact that they were then only used on a small part of that actual division for, say, a sector, as you go down, it is harder to track them in the after event.
Does that mean the CAD is reliable in telling you where the appliance was first deployed?
That's correct. And then I suppose coupled with, and we're still rolling this out, but automatic AVL, automatic vehicle locating, which would be able to be looked at in a historical sense as well. But that we're still rolling that out.
So you might get to a point where you can back capture information about where the appliance has been using the AVL. If you need to check 3 months down the track, you might be able to use the AVL technology to back capture where that appliance tracked.
Correct.
I want to ask you some questions now about the use of factual investigation reports, because we've had a factual investigation report prepared in each of these two backburns. You're familiar with that?
I am.
Are such reports routinely prepared in every fire of a particular size?
No.
What are the triggers for the preparation of a factual investigation report?
It can be for any reason that we've had something that we need to look into further. You know, as we have, you know, to look into how these backburns transpired. It could be a injury. It could be, unfortunately, a fatality on the fire ground that we're not aware of all the circumstances. So we do have an ability to bring together these factual reports. And we have a similar process as well of an incident review, where we would bring perhaps a panel in of people to look at how something transpired. But it's not a set trigger for when we would get those reviews done.
In terms of an incident review, where are they used?
Where would we use them?
Yes.
I suppose from a lessons management perspective, to feed them back into, similar to we do with after action reviews, what we can learn from what occurred, any corrective actions that we may have to look at internally, be it across training, procedural changes, or the like. Where they can go is a little bit unending, depending on what they actually find.
So is it fair to say the incident reviews and the factual investigation reports are ordered as a matter of discretion rather than there being any particular triggers requiring the organisation to conduct such reviews?
Correct. We have triggers around after action reviews, but not about the factual investigations.
Why not have triggers for the factual investigation reports?
Certainly we look at it, you know, from in our lessons management framework, we look at that every incident is a possibility to do a after action review. Could be a single crew on a truck, does that on their return to the station, through to a section 44 or a class 3 fire where there is an actual procedure of the way it will be conducted and who needs to attend and how it's reported afterwards. So we see our after action review process as a consistent, strong manner in terms of reviewing what occurred, and the factual investigations or the incident reviews being something by exception, depending on what we've experienced at the time.
It's really something much further and much more particular than an after-action review.
That's correct.
I'm going to put this proposition to you and give you an opportunity to comment upon it. One of the limitations of the factual investigation reports in each of these matters is that they involve interviews with some of the RFS decision makers and some of the people that were present on the scene, volunteers, RFS volunteers at the scene. But they don't seem to include interviews with other witnesses like residents who might proffer a different account of what occurred at the scene of a strategic backburn. Firstly, would you agree that that can be a limitation in some of the factual investigation reports?
I think that's fair enough.
Now, the person responsible for preparing the factual investigation report is not a police investigator and not required to prepare anything at the direction of the coroner. But do the authors of such report ever, for example, speak to New South Wales Police and say, could you provide us with witness statements that you've taken from other people who were present at the scene?
No, I can't say that I've been involved in one where we've done that or been aware of one we've done that. Our fire investigators work in that manner,
Yes.
as I think the court's aware, but not in terms of what we've done with these factual reports.
And similarly, do the authors of the factual investigation reports ever have the opportunity, if they think they're going to be assisted by it, to actually speak to other witnesses themselves about what those witnesses might have seen at the scene?
I'm not aware of anywhere we've done it where we've restricted them from who they could speak to. I suppose we've empowered them and left it for them to be able to determine who they felt they needed to speak to form the basis of what they're reporting back.
If you assume for the purpose of this question that RFS accounts say that a containment edge of a strategic backburn was secured and that there were no known immediate threats in the area at the time that RFS appliances left, but other witnesses disagree with that account, in order to accurately determine whether or not the containment edge was in fact secured, the factual investigators should at least be aware of the competing versions of events, shouldn't they?
I think, as you put it there, it's fair enough proposition of what you put forward there, and I think that it's. I think we can still learn more in terms of how we apply the practice of doing those investigation reports, and possibly also how we work not only with police if they're investigating, for example, on behalf of Your Honour. And somewhat not tripping over each other either and not duplicating, but at the same time that any investigations that have to happen are getting all the access they need.
I mean, your factual investigation author might not even be aware that there are other witnesses at the scene who take a different view to that expressed by the people that the author has interviewed.
Absolutely.
Is it the case that the people preparing the factual investigation reports are, although also within the Rural Fire Service, selected as being independent from the districts involved in the fires that they're investigating?
That's right. We've tried to select someone who is independent of that operation and of that particular area that it's occurring within. As I've got to say, as much as we can in a season like 2019, 2020, where we saw some fires across obviously very large areas and for significant periods, but that's how we tried to achieve it.
There has to be some sort of parameter, though, around how far you want a factual investigator to explore and how many people you want them to interview. Yep. You don't want to set up that process so that it in fact becomes a de facto coronial fire inquiry, which might take months to resolve. Absolutely,
and we're always very cognizant and work closely with our legal team in terms of not, I suppose, tripping over the very process that's occurring here, or prejudicing our approach to what we're called to providing evidence to Your Honour, or maybe other police investigations as well. So there is a delicate balance there, yes.
That might be a reason to firstly approach New South Wales Police and ask if they are prepared to release any witness statements in those fires where New South Wales Police have also conducted an investigation on behalf of the coroner.
Potentially, absolutely.
And they might say no, but you won't know unless you ask.
Yeah, very true.
I want to ask some questions now arising from recommendations made by the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. And in particular, picking up on recommendation 47 that talks about enhancing firefighting strategies in severe conditions. And in particular, that recommendation called for or recommended the establishment of protocols for each category of backburns, so tactical and strategic, within RFS operational training doctrine. And then a specific recommendation that when fire conditions are approaching severe or above, an independent review must be undertaken at state operations level. Are you familiar with those two recommendations from the state inquiry?
I am.
Dealing firstly with the aspect recommending the establishment of protocols for each category of backburn within RFS training doctrine, has that happened?
Yeah, so in the, from our bushfire fighter, which is your first training that you do, it is outlined the difference between tactical and strategic burning, but it is a introductory level in terms of that. But we have, and you may be going to come to it, put more effort into our procedural guidance that goes with it.
Training at induction or when people are being introduced into the volunteer role is obviously important in setting a foundation.
Yep.
But it's also important to inculcate your firefighters over the years that they're hopefully involved in the organisation with these sort of concepts, the distinction between a tactical and a strategic backburn, that your decision makers at an IMT are also going to be using and implementing.
That's correct.
So in that respect, you've annexed to each, annexed to the Carawan statement, and there's separately a version of it included in the Gross Valley brief, but a document called an OP 1.2.20, Operational Protocol for Backburning.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a document that's been amended in line with this recommendation?
It was developed after the 2019-2020 fires. It'll be in the front of it. I can't remember the exact date that it was approved, but it's certainly come into place since those fires.
Can you then turn up the copy, if you've got the Carawan brief in front of you, so we're in volume 10, tab 155, and it's page 3912.
Yep.
Now, looking at that, does that help you, does that answer the question you've just posed? If we go to the next page where it shows release history.
Yes.
It seems to show, doesn't it, that it was first developed and released on the 21st of September 2020?
That's right. It was first released in terms of a draft, and we started the consultation work with our own members, or a number of our own members and other agencies.
Your Honour, so it's contained in two places, one in each brief. Within Carawan, it's an annexure to Mr McKechnie's statement, and within Gross Valley, it's volume 10, tab 68. Now, just in terms of how that operational protocol is used in practice, can you explain how it helps, hopefully, your team understand what strategic backburns are, when they are to be used, and how they're to be implemented safely?
Yeah, so we've tried to find the right balance in this protocol with still allowing local decisions to be made, particularly on the fire ground where and I'm referring to the tactical backburns here, is needed to protect an individual asset. It's a smaller area, directly able to be achieved by the resources that are there in place at that time, and a decision is required in a timely manner to be able to achieve that in an overall strategy. Because we need to still ensure that firefighters on the ground and commanders on the ground are able to make reasonable decisions to enact tactical solutions. We've also addressed strategic burns that are occurring over a broader area, a longer period, most likely form part of a larger containment strategy. And given parameters where they need to be referred for a review beyond just that incident management team. So when they're looking at a certain forecast or threshold of the forecast in the days following, that it would be referred to the state operations controller, who would cause somebody independent of that operation to look over it.
We'll come to that referral requirement to this, going up to the state operations level in a moment. But if we pick up on what you've just said about tactical backburns, they are backburns that can be determined by incident controllers in the field, or whoever the most senior fireground manager is in response to any particular fire.
That's correct.
Those people are not going to be carrying a copy of strategic or of operational protocol for backburning with them when they're out on the fireground. How do you inculcate the information that's contained within the protocol into the muscle memory of these experienced firefighters that are given that responsibility on the fireground?
When this was developed, so when we release protocols like this, they're obviously not only, they're not only emailed out, but they'll be briefed to captains' meetings, what we call our senior leadership teams in all of the local areas, that there's something new in this space and for people, to raise people's awareness around it. We're also to improve firefighters' access on a day-to-day basis for anything that's in our procedures and guidelines. We're in the middle of a project around mobile data terminals for our appliances, and they'll actually have access to all of this type of material in the field on those devices as we go forward. That's still a case of we've been through the procurement process, we're finishing detailed design around the software at the moment, and installation of those will start this year.
Even so, you want your people on that appliance to understand for themselves the difference between a tactical and strategic backburn without needing to go to the mobile data terminal, don't you?
Ultimately, yes.
How will you know whether you're achieving that purpose?
Look, as we covered before, from training people the minute they come into the organisation of understanding there are, in this backburning space, there is two levels particularly to it, the tactical and strategic, and then that forming part of their training throughout. And like all of our training, the training references the procedures, noting they do change, particularly, well, both of them change, but particularly procedures over the years. So you've got to keep updating those references. But we roll it out, we brief people, we embed it in our training as well, and make sure that they have access to it.
Moving then to strategic backburns, does this new protocol specifically require, though, a particular type of strategic backburn to be elevated to state operations level?
It does.
In accordance with a recommendation from the State Inquiry?
That's right.
And do you know what section of the protocol it is that imposes that requirement?
I'll just have to look up the actual number.
It might be 7.3, section 7.3, independent review when FBI approaches 50 plus.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the response from the RFS to the recommendation that there should be a trigger point for certain strategic backburns to be referred up for independent review. Where at Homebush or?
Yes, it would come into the state operations controller at state operations, which is at our headquarters at Sydney Olympic Park.
Have there been sufficient opportunities since 2019-2020 season and today for that requirement to be triggered and reviews to be conducted at Homebush that allow you to draw any sort of conclusion as to whether or not the change is working?
I would suggest there hasn't been sufficient opportunities to use it regularly or multiple times. It has been used. One instance I can recollect towards the end of the recent bushfire danger period, I think it was in March, where a burn was referred. It was reviewed by one of our assistant commissioners. I suppose fair to say, I can't remember the exact fire behaviour index that was forecast for the following days now, but it was borderline whether they needed to. The incident management team decided to err on the side of caution, referred it. The state operations controller found a independent, in this instance, senior officer with the relevant experience to be able to review the operation and ultimately endorsed it going ahead.
Accepting that there's not been much opportunity yet to see how the system works, what's the understanding about the type of information that the IMT needs to provide to the state operations level by way of briefing?
Yeah, so obviously it would include the context of what it is they're proposing, like the backburn they're proposing in terms of the overall strategy. What we would want to, either they would provide it or we would have access to it as well, around what the weather is now, the time they're going to do it, and in the days afterwards. That particularly the 4 days afterwards, where we have we can have a higher level of confidence in the forecast from the Bureau, and then how they're able to resource it, or what resourcing they'd be seeking to come from outside of their area, what they would normally have access to, ignition patterns that they would be looking to implement with it, the command structure that would go with it.
If there are divided opinions amongst the IMT as to whether or not the strategic backburn should go ahead, should the briefing to state operations level refer to that?
I think that would be a fair enough piece of information to have, yeah.
In fact, potentially important.
Yes.
Although ultimately you don't need an IMT to form a unanimous view before a strategic backburn is implemented, because the incident controller retains discretion, except for these cases where they now have to be referred upwards. Is that right?
That's correct.
What about situations where there might be group captains on the fire ground who have expressed reservations to the IMT about whether or not the strategic burn should commence? Is that the sort of information you would hope would be fed up to state operations level, or is that too granular for state operations to be analysing?
I would actually find it very hard to answer with a yes or a no, because it's a little bit about the context of, are they looking at that, they're unsure of, whether to commence it, as you put in your words there, because that review would have happened earlier when the plan was being proposed for a start time, not at the time of actually starting in the field with the burn. But I suppose also say the nature of what any of their concerns are with the burn. But would I expect an incident controller to brief the state operations controller of all the factors around it and people's views? Yes.
So that was my poor phrasing. The point of the referral up to the state operations level is not, do we light up or not? The point of the referral is, we're planning this. Can you look at it and tell us what you think, particularly in these days where the fire danger index is at 50 plus?
Correct.
Within the Currawong fire, the incident controller ultimately in his, what's it called, a section 44 report, for want of a better term, do you know what I'm referring to? Okay. He identified poor mopping up, blacking out and patrolling practices as being a significant issue within parts of the Currawong response. And he refers to an increasing false belief that it can be undertaken from on board a vehicle. So he provides a level of detail there. Do you know whether there's been any response from the organisation to these matters raised by the incident controller for Currawong?
I know it has been a subject of discussion in a number of our local areas, and so our incident controllers, or for that matter, a bushfire management committee after action review, can make findings and recommendations, and they give us guidance in terms of whether they believe it's a local level matter that needs to be resolved at the local level, or is it something to refer to the state? It needs a broader policy or direction decision to go with it. So I'm unsure off the top of my head in the incident controls report which they've referred it to be able to say what they did locally, but we haven't taken a specific action at the state level because I'm not sure that we actually saw that as a regular piece of feedback across all of our incidents and areas.
We can ask the incident controller next week, and you would expect, would you, that he would have an understanding about how the district has responded to the matters raised in his report?
He may do, noting that the incident controller doesn't work in that district now. So, but he may know from the period afterwards that he did.
All right, I'm moving to another recommendation, or another aspect of recommendation 47 from the State Inquiry, which was to modify ICON to implement the capability to record all backburns, including whether or not they break containment lines. Could you tell Her Honour what the response of the RFS has been to that recommendation?
Absolutely. So we have one of the challenges we had after the 2019-2020 fires was the information within the ICON system was voluminous, to say the least, and searching specifically for it, you know, you could download or export data into, you know, effectively into Excel and search for certain words, but it didn't have a trigger that you could just say, I just want to know about all the incidents where a backburn was done. So we've modified the ICON system now, and it's a requirement before you can actually close the record off, like mark the incident out, to record in it. Then it's actually just a checkbox of whether backburning was done or not, and allows us to therefore see the incident and then be able to review that incident record because it may be one or multiple backburns that were done. So we now have that ability to go back and look for them all.
Over the course of Her Honour's inquiry into these fires, it seems like the documents that were actually uploaded into ICON could vary from officer to officer and fire to fire. For instance, some incident action plans might physically attach in ICON the documents that were referred to within the plan, and others would not. So there's inconsistency in the way that documents were uploaded onto ICON. Are you familiar with that inconsistency?
I am, because we work across, you know, ICON is a system it's an RFS system used across multiple agencies, and it's fair enough to say there is a degree of inconsistency in what individuals and the agency approaches towards putting it on, and we've still got work to do to get some better consistency about that.
Are tactical backburns captured on ICON?
Through that same process.
So every tactical backburn?
Is provided it's reported and that could be a sector leader, divisional commander, could be the incident controller at a small incident, provided the user that's putting a SITREP into ICON is aware of it. But they have to be, as I say, before they can mark the incident out, they have to make a conscious, either that it did or didn't happen. They can't just miss it.
Does that mean if that system is being used properly now, you are able to go back in and, for instance, look at the number of tactical backburns that have taken place in a particular fire district over the last 3 months?
Across all backburns, yes.
The strategic backburns are more important in terms of recording in ICON because they've just got a bigger size and potential effect. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Are strategic backburns now captured in ICON in the same manner?
Correct.
Again, I'll withdraw that. Would you be more hopeful that all strategic backburns are being properly recorded as opposed to tactical backburns just because of the level of planning and documents that need to travel with a strategic backburn?
Absolutely, and the fact that it is more likely that the user of ICON, the person doing the data entry, is more than likely will be located in the IMT, where if it's a decision made in the field, particularly at those lower level incidents, where could be a very small tactical backburn, and whether it's passed on because it was so minor in nature and then captured by a user at the other end of a radio, so I'm much more confident about the strategic.
I mean, tactical backburns can be undertaken by the most senior firefighter on the ground of some bushfire that's trying to protect a shed at the back of Dubbo.
Correct.
That may or may not ultimately make its way onto ICON, although you would hope it would.
I would expect it would, but there could be circumstances, as I say, because it may be, like you say, to protect a shed, but it could literally be that it's the last 5 metres to tie 2 trails together in a fire that's naturally burnt out the rest. And it's something they've just done to finish the incident off.
Would you agree it's important to try and have some consistency around what information is recorded and where it's recorded? Because that will hopefully lead to the RFS having a more reliable data set of information that can be used in later research
Absolutely,
and research targeted to backburn efficiency.
that's right.
A number of witnesses have told the court that they used tactics in the course of the 2019-2020 season that they thought would be effective and were effective in other seasons, but just didn't work across this summer. Do you have any reason to disagree with those accounts?
No, look, I travelled widely when I wasn't performing the role of the State Operations Controller, and regularly from firefighters, right through our divisional command level through to some exceptionally experienced incident controllers, a consistent challenge. And they found it both personally challenging but also professionally challenging, was tactics that would traditionally have worked in any area or that they've previously used in the same area were more challenged.
Anecdotal evidence of that sort is important, but it can't be the only evidence that the RFS look to improve your response to these sort of fire seasons.
That's right.
And in particular, the need to constantly reevaluate the use of emerging technology, including things like drones for early fire detection and fire suppression in remote areas before wildfire has built and threatened communities as it emerges from national parks and the like.
Yeah, agree.
This works in then, Mr McKechnie, with recommendation 48 from the special inquiry, that government consider further research on the potential risks and benefits of backburns during severe, extreme and catastrophic conditions to inform future backburning protocols and training. Are you familiar with the University of Wollongong backburn pilot study that was undertaken after 2019-2020?
I am, but I'm probably not remembering all of the detail, but I am aware of it in broad sense, yes.
We have within the evidence, so we don't need you to give us the detail. We have within the evidence a document from that, emerging from that study, but it comes under cover of a letter from the RFS saying that additional research and analysis will be required. Do you have any knowledge about what is planned?
Yeah, so from our perspective, so New South Wales has taken the initiative, and it's currently in the middle of still being set up. And I'm pretty sure the final name ended up the Natural Hazards Research Centre here in New South Wales. It will be led by the University of Western Sydney, with a number of other universities working with it in hubs. And the RFS's intention is that we'll actually engage through that centre for further research around backburning, given that it's in New South Wales, in our environment, and we see the benefit of being able to get them to use it as one of their programs. Now, they have to choose to accept that as a program as yet, but the procurement process for that was finished earlier this year and announced by government, and ultimately, once it's finished setting up, that is our intention to take it to that centre.
Another reason for the RFS to focus upon the consistent and reliable capture of information, which will provide the raw data that can feed into any future studies.
Correct.
One of the other recommendations from the New South Wales inquiry provided that where there is significant concern within a community regarding a backburn, the Rural Fire Service should undertake a community engagement session or sessions with affected residents to discuss the backburn, including any investigation and relevant findings. Is this provided for, these sort of community engagement sessions, provided for in any RFS policy or protocol, or does it occur on an ad hoc basis only?
So previously, it was fair to say it was on more of an ad hoc basis, and may have occurred during the incident or after. I suppose I would note that there's a lot of community meetings occur whilst incidents are still underway. but it is now actually within there's a letter of appointment that is done for a Class 3 or Section 44 incident controller.
Yes.
And it's a requirement in that, I actually don't have it with me, can't remember the exact wording, but for them, I think it's to consider the need to, given their operation, of of community consultation at the end in regard to the operation and how we're not building, we haven't built that around it just being if something goes wrong, but actually around considering the need to. And the one example we have where a little bit different to, I suppose, the intent of the recommendation, but we had a Class 3, a Section 44 incident up in the Narrabri area during this most recent bushfire danger period. It was actually around a backburn that was proposed to be done. A backburn in that same area a number of years ago wasn't well received by the community. So they actually did a community meeting around what they were looking to do and briefed them to the strategies. And the feedback I got from the incident controller, it worked very well. But that's, as I say, we haven't had the same level of activity we've had to see that rolling out. But certainly, if at the outlier is that an incident controller must give consideration of that before they finalise their involvement in the incident.
So what's mandated is consideration rather than an actual consultation.
That's right.
Her Honour understands that if we move to the specifics of Mount Wilson, some of the residents from around Mount Wilson and further afield complained that their requests for a meeting with the RFS after the Mount Wilson backburn got away were, from their perspective, initially ignored and ultimately long delayed, although there was firstly a Teams or during lockdown there was an electronic consultation, and then there's now been some sort of face-to-face meeting. Do you have any response to that complaint from the residents from Mount Wilson and surrounds?
So I suppose, because speaking across both the operations we're talking about, so yes, there was an online session done, which was during COVID, unfortunately, and that did impact our ability to engage at the end of that season and for quite a period afterwards, obviously. And so that was done in regard to the Coronial fire and the backburn being looked at in these hearings. In terms of the Mount Wilson backburn, my understanding was there was a number of community meetings still occurred while the incident was occurring. But yes, we didn't get to meeting with that community to some time later. It was, I'm just unclear if both of them were this year or one was late last year. I think one was late last year and another this year. I can't remember the exact dates of them for two meetings in that broader community up there.
Possibly November of last year, but Connie's not here. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry? September and October of 2022. So you don't have any reason to disagree with
No, I've got no reason to dispute that.
Is there a typical time frame for when community engagement sessions are held after a fire event has affected a...
What we've put into the incident controller's appointment letter for requirement is within 21 days.
Of what?
Of the end of the incident.
So within 21 days of the incident controller finalising their Section 44 report?
Oh, no, sorry, of the incident being concluded.
Meaning fire declared out?
Yes.
All right.
Or, sorry, there's an administrative point there of when it is revoked. The Section 44 is a declaration under the Rural Fires Act. So when an IMT will seek the Commissioner to revoke that and once that occurs within 21 days of that point, because a fire may be patrolled for months. So we don't want to wait to the end of that, but we want to wait to the end of the operational tempo, which is most likely occupying an incident controller as well.
Have you ever spoken at a community consultation of this sort?
I have spoken with affected communities after fires, but I wouldn't say it was consistent with around this, what we're exploring here in terms of a particular backburn concern.
Let's assume that such meetings can generate a lot of emotion on all sides. from RFS volunteers living in the community who attend, from community members that are affected, and potentially from higher ups within the RFS. Does the organisation provide training to your speakers on trauma-informed practice?
So for incident control, as part of their training that they go through now, like in what we call for our highest level incident controllers, which is called the ICMI program, Incident Control of Major Incidents. So it is training, and it was in place prior to 1920, but we still are rolling that out to everybody. They do go through, I suppose, difficult discussions, talking with communities in a stressed and an emotional charged environment. And for that matter, it includes obviously speaking with the media and the like. The other initiative that we've been able to roll out since the end of the 2019-2020 fires is Service also has a number of embedded psychologists within the RFS that are there to able both provide care and service for our own members, volunteers or staff, but also assist them in advice and planning for if they needed to conduct, say, an event like this, or it could be our own internal events as well, where there's what would you say, stressful matters that they're going to need to work through.
I mean, your incident controllers could themselves be experiencing trauma as a result of their involvement in the fires. And then if they're being asked to turn up and listen to affected people and local members in these community consultations, that may well be triggering for your IC themselves.
Look, absolutely. I would be quite confident in saying I don't think there's anyone who dealt with, particularly out in the field, like outside of, a headquarters environment, but even in headquarters, our IMTs, incident controllers, firefighters that aren't affected in one way or another by what occurred, particularly people in their own local communities.
Is there a capacity for community consultations to be facilitated by an independent, almost chair or facilitator? So someone who's not of the community but not of the RFS?
There is. We haven't actioned that, but certainly for us, an observation for us out of the community meetings and I've already forgotten, I think it was October and November last year, something we observed was the need to ensure that the facilitator, and probably a little bit less about the independence of the facilitator, but more about the skills and the art of the facilitator to manage that environment and be able to observe the impact that very thing may be having on everybody involved and in the room.
Implicit in the fact that it seems sessions were held in each of these fires in one form or another on more than one occasion is the fact that community consultation sessions can be held more than once. Is that right?
Correct.
Sometimes there might be benefit in an initial meeting that allows people to speak and give the RFS an opportunity to listen.
Potentially, yes.
And then can consultations be structured so that at a later date, once investigations have taken place and people are better informed about what actually happened across a fire scene, can community consultations happen again where you or your officers give some sort of briefing about, from your perspective, what decisions were made and why?
There's no reason they couldn't. And I think it's also a part of that planning you referred to before in assisting people is also, be it one session or multiple, who's involved in them as well. Like we've had feedback from communities around in other parts of the state. Some of them want to talk with their local brigade. Some of them want to talk with the IMT. Some of them want to talk more broadly with the organisation. So I think it's important that we probably upskill ourselves still in terms of being able to determine the right attendance from us, from the community, and what the target is to resolve or to deal with in those sessions.
In other words, a degree of flexibility is required because community needs are as varied as the communities themselves.
Correct.
And communities might not speak with one voice. There may be divided opinions within the community, within the street, within some families. Is that fair to say?
It is.
If Your Honour would just excuse my bag. Thank you, Your Honour. Those are my questions.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. My friend was asking you some questions about a community meeting with the affected residents of Mount Wilson. What was your evidence of that when that happened?
Certainly, some of my direct reports attended to the meeting. I was involved in the discussions about the meeting occurring, and I spoke to some of our attendees afterwards.
So you weren't personally in attendance?
I wasn't.
And to your knowledge, were the attendees from the RFS perspective Assistant Commissioner Jason McKellar, Karen Hodges, Greg Wardle and Nick Medianic?
Correct. I think there were others as well. I can't remember all the names, but including a number of members of our local, at least one of our local brigades.
But none of those persons have been asked to give evidence here today, as far as you know. And it's the case, would you accept the proposition that in fact that meeting was only organised after specific questions were asked about the lack of a meeting in budget estimates in the New South Wales Parliament in September of last year?
I know the meeting occurred after the question. I can't remember when the discussion, I'm just not sure of the timeframe when the discussion started around having the meeting.
I put to you the suggestion that the residents had asked on a number of occasions for this meeting and that no meeting was forthcoming from the RFS perspective until after this matter was raised in budget estimates with the RFS. Do you have any knowledge about that?
As I say, I'm confident the meeting was after budget estimates. I just don't have a recollection of when the discussion, or at least with my office and myself, had started around the need for the meeting. But I know there had been some interactions earlier and the meeting hadn't occurred. I do grant that.
Do you have any direct knowledge about why the meeting took place as late, as far after the incident as it did?
I think I would say to you it's a number of reasons, including obviously for all communities, even our own brigades, the COVID impact after the fires, did stop us. Whilst we were able to do the one online at Currowan, I think it's fair to say it would have even been better to be able to have done face-to-face. And then we probably got ourselves into some knots as well around what we could and couldn't say, couldn't bring to a meeting given proceedings such as this were also occurring. And as I've said, I think there's some observations we've got out of it too of a better approach.
Okay, can I suggest to you that without the matter actually being raised in the Parliament in the way that it was, the meeting might not have occurred when it did? Might have occurred later or perhaps not at all?
I wouldn't agree with you that it wouldn't have occurred at all. I would have to say it potentially could have been later, but I'm quite satisfied that the meeting would have gone ahead.
Okay. I think you were asked about some joint training exercises, and I think it was suggested that the Mount Wilson Brigade was involved.
I said I didn't know which brigades were involved. I said that the target was brigades along the Bells line of road area, but I can't say whether, the Bell Brigade, the Mount Wilson Brigade, the Mount Irvine, which particular brigades were at that.
So you just have no knowledge who was involved, who was invited, who participated?
No, my recollection was that there was a training exercise or an exercise being run for the brigades up in that area, but I don't know the direct participants.
Do you know whether they were all invited, or do you have any first-hand knowledge about that whatsoever?
No.
So your knowledge is limited to some joint training event was organised, but you don't know who was invited and who attended?
No.
Thank you. In relation to the factual reports, I think Councillor Assisting was asking you some questions about that. Who are the people that draft the factual report? The factual investigation, sorry.
It would be the officer that we've appointed or selected and appointed in terms of pulling that report together and obviously drafting their report.
And what are the skills and expertise of the people you choose to do this?
Well, it would depend on the reason we're doing that. In the instance of a backburn, somebody has got good operational experience. preferably both incident management and field experience, who would be able to undertake that.
Okay. Do they have to be any particular rank? Do they have to have any particular experience in report writing or investigations?
Again, it would be dependent. There's not a specified level for them, but it would depend on what the matter is that's being looked at for the level of officer we would look to do it. Because there's no reason, for example, that a group officer in one of our districts wouldn't be able to look at something that may have happened at a single truck response.
Is there any document or protocol that governs this from within the RFS?
Not for the factual reports, no.
Okay. Without naming the individual, do you have any knowledge about who did the factual investigation into the Gospers Mountain fire impact on Mount Wilson and Bilpin, 14th December 2019?
I do.
What was the skill set of that person?
I would describe the skill set of that person as an experienced, with a high level of operational management experience, both in the field and in operational command positions like IMTs, and for that matter, state operations. And I'm looking for the right words, good experience in terms of reviewing matters and being able to report against it.
Were they a trained investigator?
I'm unsure.
Are they an employee of the RFS or are they a volunteer?
Employee of the RFS.
Okay. And who reviews and approves the factual investigations? Once they're done and they go into the system, what's the quality control?
Well, we leave it for that officer, as was this case, to do their report and submit it back to whoever tasks them to do that.
Okay. Is anybody separate to or outside the RFS involved in settling any final document?
Not in this instance.
Okay. In any instance?
I couldn't accurately answer you whether any reviews we've ever done have involved outsiders from the RFS or not.
Okay. And
in terms of this type of reporting, in terms of after action reviews and like, yes, but not in this.
Okay. And in doing these factual investigations, is it just what happened, or do they also look at? Sorry, is it just the person from the RFS writing it, or is there anybody else from outside ever involved?
As I say, not a bit like before, not in this instance, but I can't say that we've never had outsiders involved. I can't I don't have that at hand.
Okay. Now, in relation to, I think Councillor Sisting asked you some questions that you had no. Sorry,
if I could. I do know we have involved, I'll use in an aviation sense, we have had reviews done of accidents and near misses, where certainly we've had officers from RFS and national parks, and for that matter, other agencies involved in them. Please don't ask me which ones. I don't know. But I do. That is a recollection of some that we've done that have been multi-agency.
Okay, so you have a generalised knowledge that sometimes some people outside the RFS are involved. Do you have any sense of whether or not, in any of those examples, people with economic or health expertise were engaged to look at any of those sort of consequences? No.
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. Councillor Sisting, I think, asked you some questions about your personal involvement in the 14 December backburn. You didn't have any operational oversight of that?
Not on the day that it was done. There were periods during the when the IMC was planning the operation that I was on duty as the state operations controller. I was aware of an operation being planned, but on the day that it was carried out, I wasn't on shift that day, and I had no immediate involvement in terms of drafting the plan.
In the role that you had at the time, did you have any knowledge or oversight of who is responsible for the Facebook posts or what goes into the public warnings that went out?
On the day itself, no, because I wasn't on shift, but overall, yes.
So what is the process? Like, who makes the decision about what goes into a Facebook post for the RFS?
So we see, when you say for the RFS...
Okay, I'll just back up. Were you in court this morning?
Yes.
You heard me ask Mr. Conway some questions,
I did.
and you heard me ask him some questions about some Facebook posts from the RFS that, at least I was advancing the proposition, were not correct.
Yes. What I don't have clarity is whether all those posts were from the organisation, as in the New South Wales RFS, or a specific district Facebook page, or for that matter, we have brigades that will have them to communicate with their community. We have districts that have Facebook pages. We have members that have Facebook pages. But I know you're not referring to that. And obviously we have the single organisational one as well.
Okay, but just to be clear, if a Facebook post says it's RFS-Hawkesbury District, we can assume that's not from headquarters.
That's right.
That's from somebody, at least, from within that district, presumably.
Correct. Headquarters may support them with things at times.
Sure.
But we could be safe to assume that they're being dealt with locally.
Now, Your Honour, I'm not going to labour the point, but I did want to quickly show this witness MFIB, just to... I'll just ask you to turn to page 60. And so I'm just going to ask you to assume that these documents I'm going to quickly show you are what they represent themselves to be, and that the time and date stamps they purport to have are accurate. I'll ask you to make this assumption. So this Appendix 7, page 60, is an emergency warning from the 14th of December 2019, and it looks like it's from New South Wales Rural Fire Service. Now, on the assumption that that's correct, how would that have got out on social media?
Would have been posted on social media through the Public Information Unit at RFS headquarters.
Okay, and where would that information have come from?
It would have come through the chain. There would be pieces of information that formulate that potentially from the field, but ultimately the incident management team, and most likely the public information officer at the IMT, working with the public information team at headquarters. But the public information team at headquarters would also be trying to find information so that they don't have to, I suppose, ultimately impact onto the locals for everything. What can they pull out of the icon system? What is being sent into them from the locals and the like?
So would this have perhaps been put together by that unit in head office and then verified with people on the ground, or would it have been put up from people on the ground to headquarters to put out? Do you have any idea how that process works?
It would have been, I would suggest it was most likely pulled together by people within the public information unit at headquarters. It may or may not have been verified with the locals, depending on the rigour of the sources that they were getting it from, or potentially it could have been provided to them for them to then share.
Okay, so
it's a little bit dynamic. There's not a simple. Hopefully, I've explained it.
sure, but you have no direct knowledge of these matters that occurred on the 14th.
No.
And apart from that generalised knowledge, at the time, even when you were on shift, you didn't have any responsibility to authorise or approve posts of this nature.
No, that fits within the delegation of the head of the public information unit within state operations in these instances. As the state operations controller when I'm on shift, I have a responsibility around the public information, but it is not every action that you're reviewing there. People are empowered, as they should be, to also perform their functions.
Can I ask you to turn to page 66 as well? And this looks like an RFS major fire update. Where would major fire updates emanate from? The same process that you were describing for the Facebook posts?
Much the same. The major fire updates which are published onto the RFS website and form the basis for a lot of the material that is shared will be developed at the public information unit. As I say, with input from the local IMT, most notably it would be with the public information officer, or the public liaison officer, sorry, at the IMT level. and potentially the incident controller, but again, that's a bit dependent on the tempo of the incident as well.
But at the end of the day, none of these things would get into the public domain under the banner of the RFS unless it was ultimately approved at headquarters.
That's right. If it wouldn't get onto the RFS website or the RFS's organisational Facebook, that's right.
Okay. And can I ask you to turn to page 76, which is Appendix 21, which I ask you to assume is an RFS community newsletter posted online at 12:06. Without going into the details, again, would this have been approved and developed in the same way as the other things that I've just taken you to?
No, from what I can see here in front of me, I would suggest this is a community newsletter developed at the local level.
Okay.
And what I'm not clear about just looking at as it is whether it would have come out of the Blue Mountains IMT or the Hawkesbury IMT or the Gospers Mountain, the IMT looking after Gospers Mountain or the other that was located at the Blue Mountains District Office.
Okay, so it's not clear. And as far as you know, no one involved in any of the processes that we've spoken about for the approval and dissemination of this material and material like it, none of those persons are giving evidence in this inquiry, as far as you know?
Not as far as I know, or not certainly not in this period. We have had people involved in public information present during the proceedings, but not...
Not in these 5 days?
Yeah.
1 moment, Your Honour. Again, I know you weren't on duty on the 14th, but can I just ask you some questions about your general knowledge in the role that you had about resourcing? Was it the case that it was easier to get sufficient volunteers to do things like the backburn on weekends and in the evenings rather than during the working day?
No, look, there are times when it is easier to access more volunteers for certain activities of a weekend compared to during the week, but that wasn't my experience in 2019, 2020 fires. We had wonderful support from employers. We saw volunteers that took leave. We had significant availability, and not only that, but we also had the largest deployment of resources, because beyond the volunteers, we had the largest deployment of resources from interstate and overseas that New South Wales has ever seen. We had resources from all the firefighting agencies in New South Wales involved across numerous incidents. And as I say, we regularly, well, I don't think there would have been a period from September through till late February, if not into March, where we didn't have out-of-area resources moving around the state to various different locations.
Okay, so you're saying availability of resources for that reason would not have been a factor in deciding to have the backburn on the Saturday?
I don't think the availability of resources would have been in terms of volunteer availability, but the availability of resources given the situation that the state was in, the number of fires, the number of significant operations that were underway, certainly resources were stretched. And it would be fair to say that in numerous points across the state, we saw it would have been good to be able to have more resources.
Okay. Again, because you weren't on duty at that time, you don't specifically know, do you? But this is just an impression you've got based on your general experience for the period.
That's right. That was my experience throughout the 2019-2020 fires.
Who was fulfilling your role on the 14th?
The State Operations Controller.
Yeah, who would have had oversight of the backburn from head office point of view?
I don't actually know off the top of my head who was on shift on that day. There was a number of us filled that. There were probably fair to say there were 4 of us who regularly filled that role through the season on a rotate, but I just can't remember who was on that particular day. I know it probably seems like it should stand out, but there was a lot for that season.
This is not a guessing competition, so I just wanted to make clear, you don't know who from a head office point of view, had oversight of the Mount Wilson backburn on the 14th?
Not on that particular day.
Okay. Those are my questions, Your
Thank
Honour.
you, Mr. Searle. Mr. Newton,
No questions, Your Honour.
anything?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Excuse your assistance.
Your Honour, Mr McKechnie's evidence this afternoon is relevant to both the Gross Valley and the Currawong fire or strategic backburn inquiry. Next week we move in to the Currawong witnesses specifically. I can't tell you precisely who they will be on each given day because we're still awaiting, I think, one statement and we're still needing to confirm when people will be called. But the first witness on Monday we know, and that's Mr Palmer, who was the Deputy Incident Controller for the Currawong fire on the 31st of December 2019. Beyond that, we'll wait and see what next week brings.
All right. Unless there's anything that anyone would like to raise, we'll adjourn until Monday at 10 a.m. Thank you.